Cardinals try to snap their 5-game losing streak tonight. Here at Shea Stadium in New York, it's Game 2 between the St. Louis Cardinals and the New York Mets. That's Al Hrabosky. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Welcome to the broadcast booth. When you think about this Cardinals losing streak, you can look in all different kinds of directions. Starting pitching, been okay. Bullpen has had some real bad moments lately. And the slugger has been struggling, and that's Albert Pujols.
Yeah, we rarely say that, but it is true. It's been 3 weeks since he's hit a home run. Other players are continuing to hit home runs. Even the Cardinals have got 20 combined since the last time Albert went deep. And even pitchers have hit 3 home runs. So it's a matter of time we get the big guy swinging a hot bat.
It's Joel Pinheiro tonight. He looks to pick up the victory for St. Louis. When we come back, we'll take a look at Red Schoendienst and what he means to the Cardinals organization. A true Hall of Famer on and off the field. From Germantown, Illinois, Red Schoendienst, one of the all-time greats, as we welcome you back to New York. And of course, he has the respect of everybody within the Cardinals organization.
Well, I'll talk to him a little different. I mean, most of the fans would talk about him as a great player, great manager. But here he's just been a great confidant. I mean, he is still real alert, very aware. There isn't anything about modern baseball that's gotten by Red. He understands the players of the day, he understands the game, and he's always watching. And you can ask him a question, and he never hems and haws. He'll give you what his opinion is, and you know, we refer to him as E.F. Hutton. You know, when Red speaks, everybody shuts up and listens. Besides that, he's one of the greatest men, personally, that you ever want to meet.
Well, to me, he's just more than just a Hall of Fame. You know, he's just a guy that was a Hall of Fame in the field and off the field. Just, you know, the time that he spent around, I think it's almost 66 of spring training, I think, that he went to spring training this year. And just the time that he spent around with the players, you know, just his presence in the clubhouse, you know, it means a lot, you know, just to having around and knowing that that's all the Cardinal tradition, you know, seeing all those Hall of Fame come around. So he was a guy that had a great career as a player, a great manager career too. And I admire him for what he has done, you know, and his career and as a Cardinal wearing this uniform. So he's just a great person. I respect him so much, you know, and he's a guy that once in a while, you know, I ask him about hitting and everything, and you know, it's always somebody that I look up to talk about baseball because he knows a lot. And I enjoy play golf once in a while with him too, because at the age of 85 years old, he still can hit the ball pretty far, you know, for 85 years old. So I congratulate him a lot. You know, he had a blessed career, and may God keep blessing him for the rest of his life.
You can be walking down an alley in Hong Kong at 3 a.m. in the morning, and they'll say, "Hey, that's Red Schoendienst."
Joel Pinheiro and Brandon Wright for the Mets. We have not seen Knight in a long time here in the big leagues, so a quick scout report on this right-hander.
Well, he pitched a couple of days ago against Memphis, and so this is a scout report from the AAA team. Fastball 88 to 91, loves his cutter, good curveball. The slider and changeup are just show pitches. He really won't throw those for strikes, and no video, so we'll see what the Cardinals can do.
Baseball coming up from Shea Stadium in just a moment. There's a look at Brandon Knight, the right-hander, making his first start of his major league career this evening and first appearance in the majors since September 13th of 2002. The 103rd player to suit up for both the Mets and Yankees. Joining Andy Phillip, pitch to Skip Schumacher is a strike, and he is our Rico starter.
Well, he was 5-1 at AAA. Started the season in the Independent League. 32 years of age, and Gary Manuel has never seen him pitch. His pitching coach, Dan Warthen, had seen him in the minor leagues and said he's got 4 capable pitches.
That's it out of play and foul. 0-2 the count on Skip Schumacher. He was with the Somerset Patriots of the Atlantic League, independent baseball. Signed a minor league deal with the Mets on May 27th. Robinson Cancel, who is behind the plate here tonight. There's the curveball. He is also a former Somerset Patriot. So So there you have a couple of independent players. The battery tonight for the Mets to start this game. Here's a 1-2.
And this is a first place team, too.
That's right. And they're very pleased with their rotation. He gets this start tonight because Pedro Martinez left the club on the bereavement list. His father, Paulino, passed away Wednesday night. And that's a base hit up the middle for Schumacher. Skiff has been so good against right-handed pitching this year. And let's take a look at the Cardinals lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Schumacher, Ludwig, and Pujols, followed by Ankiel, Lawson, Molina, Miles, Pinheiro, and Izturis. Since the break, couple of homers and a .353 average for the Cardinals center fielder Rick Ankiel. Ludwig last night scored a run, had a couple of base hits. Both were singles. Cardinals need a win, partner. See Johan Santana tomorrow.
Now, the reason why they need a win. But need to come out here and really establish control. Not saying a laugher, but they really do need to score a bunch of runs, take a little pressure off everyone.
If you missed the pregame show, the Cardinals have made a deal. Anthony Reyes was sent to the Cleveland Indians, and the Cardinals pick up a reliever and cash. Luis Perdomo, a right-handed reliever. He's 24. He was at Class AA. He's 24. He was part of the Class A Carolina League All-Star team. And Ludwig hit by the pitch. The first two have reached. The defense behind Knight tonight. Around the horn brought to you by Auto Tire. Tatis in left, Beltran in center, and Chavez is in right field. David Wright over at third. Jose Reyes, 13 errors this season, second most by a National League shortstop. The other Reyes is playing second base. Delgado over at first, and Cancel is behind the plate. Pujols is yet in his major league career to strike out 4 times in a game. He struck out 3 times last night. Just the 7th time he has ever done that here in the big leagues. The first pitch to him is taken low and away. I was talking with Hal McRae before the game, and one of the things that they have stressed to Albert coming into play tonight, trying to go with the pitch, take it to the opposite field.
Yeah, stay on the ball a little bit, go up the middle, go the opposite field. Don't pull off of pitches.
You wonder if he's pulling off of pitches, Al, because of the home run drought. You know, maybe trying to jump on these pitches. And of course, if you're looking to hit home runs, you have a tendency to pull off some of those pitches.
Well, last one was number 300, and I said at that time, watch him go on a tear.
Hasn't been on
3 weeks. 3 weeks. He's terrified being homerless.
His longest drought is 22 games. Not there just yet. 2 balls and 1 strike on Albert Pujols.
It's only the 2nd time last night that he struck out 3 times going over 5, and he's over his last 11.
Mark Wegner is our home plate umpire. Knight didn't get the call, and now it's a hitter's count. Hit out of play and foul. Jim Kellogg is at first, Sam Holbrook at second, and Chad Fairchild over at third.
Hanging breaking ball from Knight. I mentioned Brandon Knight, who Albert is facing. It's been 6 years since he's been in the big leagues, a couple years in Japan, actually quit, and then was talked into joining the independent league.
2-2, and Pujols rips it foul. We'll give him credit for sticking around and getting back in the major leagues. Not an easy thing to do.
He's offered $2,500 a month, probably for 5 months pitching independent baseball. Told his wife we can't live off that. She goes, well, we can try. And stuck around long enough, and now he's pitching in the big leagues again.
2-2. Foul ball. Pujols just did not look right last night. Even when he was taking pitches, Al, you could see him shaking his head up there and maybe second guessing himself a little bit.
Didn't take batting practice today. Probably worked a few drills maybe with Hal McRae, but I'm sure he's taking a little extra time because he knew he got a pitch where he should have drove it and was out in front on it.
And time is called. Brandon Knight, as you mentioned, played overseas in Japan. Member of the Japan Series champions back in 2003. 2-2. Breaking ball, and Pujols hits it down the left field line, but it hooks foul. Home run distance, but just foul. Some happy Cardinal fans there.
Sure, happy Cardinal fans, but again, out in front. Easier said than done, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Albert just such a consistent hitter and really having balance all the time.
And he hits this one a ton to the opposite way. Chavez is back at the track, at the wall, and it's off the wall. Boy, he played that poorly. It's a long single for Pujols and a ball that probably should have been caught.
Well, everybody kind of, Chavez just turned all around and everything. Ball really did carry, but the base runners, you know, Albert almost passed Ludwig up, and Schumacher really had trouble reading the ball. Watch him go around, turn around in circles, nowhere near it, and then it's right at the base of the wall. Look at Albert. You see where Ludwig is, less than halfway, then he takes off, but the Schumacher that really had held up everybody.
If you're Schumacher, you're anticipating that's going to be caught, so you're tagging up from second to third. There's nowhere to go, and that pitch is low to Rick Ankiel, swinging a hot bat, as we noted. 22 home runs, 58 RBIs. Initially off the bat, it looked like Chavez almost had a couple of steps in. He looked like he broke in before going back. The 1-0 pitch, fouled straight back. Let's take a look at Skip.
Yeah, I'm watching the fly ball. I didn't really see what he did, but we'll get a read on it here. Just halfway. Now he's going back to tag up. But never did, you know, really have a beat on it at all.
And nothing that Schumacher could do. That's the way you got to, you know, play that. Tagging up if Chavez makes that catch.
Yeah, deep enough, but I think you're right. He's assuming he's going to make the catch. He's a pretty good outfielder, and then you got to tag up to do that, but he wasn't anywhere in the vicinity.
Ankiel deep in the box. The 2-1 base hit. Yes, into center field. Schumacher will score. They'll hold up the runners, and it's 1-0 St. Louis. Brandon Knight is yet to record an out. You talked about it last night too, Al. You know, Chavez, when we've seen him play, primarily it's been in left field and not in right.
Right, and he just pitched down the way. A nice piece of hitting by Rick Ankiel extends his hitting streak to 9 games now.
Recent Hungo Award winner.
Oh, it's unbelievable. You know, it was slim pickings last night. But
that may have been the toughest week to pick up.
Yeah, well, I mean, but during his 9-game hitting streak, he's 13 for 35, so he definitely earned it.
FSN HD tonight, high definition. Glad you're with us. Game 2 between the Mets and the Cardinals, and an early 1-0 lead for St. Louis. And here's Troy Gloss, who's hitting .279, 18 home runs and 67 RBIs. Bases loaded. Ludwig, Pujols, and Ankiel on the bases. Schumacher's already scored after leading off the game with a base hit. 3 hits and a hit batter. There's the breaking ball taken outside. No video for the Cardinals. That's a rarity.
Oh, and usually, you mean I have to trust my eyes and my instincts?
And usually they have such detailed video on the opposing pitcher. They had none. They had to go on a scouting report when Brandon Knight faced Memphis and won that ball game 5-4. The 2-0 pitch. But the body language right now, Brandon Knight, is not good either.
I spent 6 years trying to get back to the major leagues. He wasn't really very successful with an ERA over 10 in 11 appearances over 2 years with the Yankees.
On 3-0, Gloss swinging away. Strike 1. Don't mind seeing that, do you?
No. Not at all. Yeah.
Green light, guy that's swinging a good bat.
Got a fastball that was, in an area where you could drive the ball.
3-1 pitch. Tied him up, 3-2. Ludwig, Pujols, and Keel all aboard here in the first for the Cardinals. On deck, it's Molina. Nobody out, bases loaded. Another big crowd in this final season here at Shea Stadium. And he walked him. Walks in a run. RBI for Gloss, number 68. Ludwig scores, and it brings in Yadier Molina. Molina hears some of the biggest boos of anybody on that Cardinals roster. Wonder why.
And he's smiling when you hear boos for hitting a home run, deciding whether you go to the World Series or not.
Molina, good rip. He's hitting .304 with 4 home runs and 34 RBIs. Mr. Manuel, and they've played very well so far under Jerry Manuel.
Sure have, and he's looking at a pitcher he's never seen before. Jerry became the manager. They fired the pitching coach, and Dan Wathan was the pitching coach at AAA.
Yadier, it's a high fly ball out to left center field. Catch made by Beltran. Throw is cut off by Delgado, but he can't get it out of the glove. Pujols scores. 3-0 St. Louis. And Knight finally gets his first out.
Delgado, he had a chance to get Rick Ankiel as Beltran gets it back in quickly. First baseman cuts it off, and you see he's got a shot at Rick Ankiel, but he drops the ball. Right there, he's dead out.
That's the kind of play that gets Knight that second out and maybe gets him out of trouble with no more damage.
Right.
Aaron Miles, the switch hitter, the second baseman tonight for the Cardinals. So just 1 out, runners at first and third. Fastball and a strike. All this guy does is hit. His average is up to .324, 2 for 3 last night.
And he's batting .340 in his 53 starts.
It's tough to keep him out of the lineup right now.
And right now he's in there every day, one of a couple positions.
1 ball, 1 strike. When he signed with the Mets, Brandon Knight led the Atlantic League with 50 strikeouts and an ERA under 3. Foul tip by Aaron Miles. So at least a 3-run lead for Joel Pinheiro.
Always nice before you take the mound, especially when you can get an AB and have a commanding lead.
Lawson and Keel on the bases. Here's a 1-2. Little liner, and that's a base hit. Past Reyes, out to left, and the Cardinals lead it 4-0. 24 RBIs for Miles. That's 4 base hits, a walk, a hit batter, and still only 1 out.
And Miles sprays the ball around, and here he picks the defense, just scoots on through and picks up another run and the RBI. Knight, the Mets starter, was selected for the Olympic team. And based on what we're seeing here, he will be back there ready to make that start or appearance for the Olympic team.
Not going well. Delgado and Wright will charge from the corners. Pinheiro pushes it foul. Pinheiro, no sacrifices this year, and he's batting .067. Did have a sacrifice last September. .4-0 Cardinals here in the first inning. Pinheiro will square again. Gets the bunt down. Knight will go to third. Out there over to first. Not in time. Brings in Cesar Izturis. Things are going poorly like they are for Knight here in the first inning. Makes an aggressive play and gets that lead runner over at third.
Yeah, you like to see that. I mean, he wasn't safety first. The right play was to go to third, get the lead man, and he wasn't fazed by what's happened preceding that.
Pitch up to the ninth place hitter Izturis, who has abandoned switch hitting.
Right now he says he just feels more comfortable batting right-handed. His natural side. The last couple of years he's been a much better hitter left-handed, so it is a bit unusual.
1 ball, 1 strike. Love to see a little bit more production though from Izturis at the plate. Almost hit by that pitch. 2-1. The glove is fine. Defense has been good. But the production at the plate, not where it needs to be. He's hitting just .225. He does have 1 home run and 13 RBIs.
That's why I almost made this suggestion on the air before he abandoned hitting left-handed, because you're out there for your defense.
Delgado will take it. Cardinals strand 2. And we talked about it, trying to go the other way with some of these pitches for Albert Pujols, and he does so here in this first inning. Cardinals plate 4. Cardinals baseball on FSN is brought to you by Bud Light Lime, the superior drinkability of Bud Light with a splash of 100% natural lime flavor. By Auto Tire, for the lowest prices in town with 26 locations to serve you. You ought to go to Auto Tire, the tire pros. By Steak and Shake, famous for steak burgers. By Geico Direct, a 15-minute phone call could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today. Shea Stadium, over 50,000 last night here at Shea. Drawing record numbers this season. The final year of Shea. Our Rico starter for the Cardinals, Joel Pinheiro. 17th start of the season, a record of 3-4.
Very few decisions. Matter of fact, over his last 12 starts, he just has a 1-2 record and has pitched 9 no decisions.
Now, there was a makeup game that we did last year at Shea Stadium, September 27th. Pinheiro 8 scoreless innings, allowed just 3 hits. He walked 1, struck out 6. It was a 3-0 win. That start might have got him that 2-year contract.
Absolutely, and he was brilliant in that start, and that was a must-win for the Mets. And the Cardinals came in here and took care of business.
The 2-1 is laced out to left center field, and Keel on the move. Okay. Reyes trots into second base. That's his 24th double of the season. 24 doubles. Carlos Delgado has been red hot as we highlight him in the Southwest Airlines starting lineup. Reyes, Chavez, and Wright. Delgado, Beltran, and Tatis. Cancel, Reyes, and Knight. The Southwest Airlines starting lineup.
What a good jump by, or read by Keel as he came in on that ball instead of going back.
I mean, Al, he's still learning the position, but some of the reads or some of the routes that he takes, not real smooth at times. Chavez, the bunt. This is rolling. Is it going to go foul? It will.
It's the only move, the right decision for Pinheiro. Let that ball go foul, and then when it does so, knock it foul.
3rd career outing against the Mets, his 2nd this year for Pinheiro.
Rolling there and then accentuated foul territory, make the umpire know it.
Team won his start. He took a no decision. It's an 8-7 win. He went 5 innings, allowing 4 runs on 11 hits.
Double leadoff man situation here with Reyes and Chavez. Great speed for both of them.
Well, this team has got good speed, especially when Castillo is healthy enough to play. That's popped up and foul, strike 2.
And they lead the National League in steals and second in the major leagues.
Jose Reyes with 34 steals. He's been caught 10 times. He's out at second base.
Chavez had a big night. Expensive Cardinal pitching last night.
0-2. Fly ball into right. Well hit. Ludwig back. He looks up. It's off the wall. Reyes being waved home. Chavez on his way to third. A triple. The Mets get on the board, and it's 4-1. A double and a triple to start this game for New York.
Ball just jumping, getting over the head of Ludwig. Then he's a little bit too close as the carom goes by him. And after showing bunt a couple times, he swings away and just lines it for the triple. And here come the Mets.
David Wright, a .289 hitter here in 2008. 19 homers, 79 RBIs. Head first slide by Chavez. He went diving in. All of a sudden, this crowd is energized. The Cardinals put up 4 runs. They were loud last night.
It was their 50th time this year that they had better than 50,000 fans. And they lead in attendance. They're averaging almost 50,000 per game.
Yeah, last night 55,372. It was the 24th time they've had 50,000 or more.
That's
here.
Close.
Yeah, here at Shea. They're averaging 49,000 plus, just under 50. Ball and 2 strikes on David Wright. Molina sets up outside. Gets it there and blocks it. Nicely done.
A very good home record. 31-19.
They're now 10 games above 500 since Jerry Manuel took over. 22-12.
Philadelphia did hold on to beat Atlanta today 10-9.
The Cubs lose to Florida 3-2. Milwaukee has jumped out to a 1-0 lead on Houston. The 2-2 pitch to David Wright. Grounded to short is Turris. Only play to go to first. Chavez scores. Wright with his 80th RBI. It's 4-2. But then Chavez's speed, absolutely no chance for his Turris.
And usually it's my impression that anytime you try to seal off that run, you know, you're just opening up for a big inning. You almost got it with nobody out. You've got to concede that they're going to get that runner in from third. So just concentrate on getting outs.
Big reason for the jump in wins for the Mets. This man at the plate, Delgado. Home run last night. Now with 9 home runs. He's driven in 28 in the last 25 games. And since July 1st, hitting close to 400.
His 20th home run last night, giving him 13 seasons in succession that he's hit at least 20 home runs.
He's also moved into sole possession of 33rd place on the all-time home run list.
451.
And is one shy of Carl Yastrzemski at 452. 2-0 the count. Here's Howard Johnson. Two and 1. I was talking with Keith Hernandez last night, and he said the only time that you see guys like Delgado or Pujols, in his opinion, not hitting is when they just don't trust their hands, and you see him lunging. You see him on their front foot. He said that's what Delgado was doing for the first couple of months of this season. Now he's back and driving the ball. 2-2.
Great point, as you see Keith on the Mets broadcast, but when you talk about great hitters, and it is that ability to trust their hands. You know, A lot of guys are terrified about getting jammed, so they get their body moving out in front. Great hitters know that their hands will get to the hitting zone, and they don't worry about being jammed.
Breaking ball and a call, third strike, a late call from our home plate umpire. Delgado doesn't like it, and that's out number 2. Defense behind Piñeiro this evening. As always, we go around the horn, brought to you by our friends at Auto Tire. Schumacher in left, and Keel in center, Ludwig is in right. Gloss, Isturis, Miles, and Pujols along the infield. Molina behind the plate. .997 fielding percentage by the former Gold Glover at first. Albert Pujols, second best in the National League. 2 outs, and here is Beltran. They say that Beltran here in New York, he just kind of teases the fans. He'll go on 2-3 week stretches where he's the best player in baseball, they say, and then all of a sudden just kind of disappears. He's just so smooth too. He's a guy that, you know, has killed the Cardinals in postseason play. As you talked about last night, Cardinals have done a decent job with him in the regular season, but just a wonderful talent. The 2-0 pitch, a little low, 3-0. Beltran and A-Rod, the only 2 active major leaguers with 250 or more home runs and 250 or more steals. Walked him on 4 straight. Tying run comes to the plate. Join us Sunday, August 3rd, the Build-A-Bear Workshop Day at Busch Stadium. Children 12 and under receive a free limited edition bear. And for tickets, you can find out more at 345-9500 or visit us online at stlcardinals.com. Beltran, first walk issued by Piñeiro. And here's Fernando Tatis. Five straight balls by Joel. At some point, the Cardinals are going to have to get in their bullpen tonight. Piñeiro just has not been going deep into games. And that's really been a problem all season long with the starting staff.
It is, you know, why you
pitch that's up to Tatis, a base hit out to left.
That's looking for corner outfield help, but Tatis, Chavez, guys like that, you know, they really haven't played a lot of baseball or consistently have been doing the job. And now Yachty out to talk to Piñeiro.
Chili's pitch count at 22 here in this first inning. There are some scouts here, Al, that I talked to that were just shocked at how the Yankees were able to get Marte and Xavier Nady for what they gave up. I mean, they were just shocked. From what they had heard, what the asking price was, to what the Yankees gave up. They just couldn't believe it.
That's why it never hurts to talk.
Yeah, just explore it.
And just because somebody says, well, this is what we want, doesn't mean that's what they will accept.
2 outs, 2 on. This is Robinson Cancel. First pitch and ball. And the Yankees going for it as they always do, and they needed a corner outfielder, and they get Nady.
And then Marte, as Giambi said, you know, as good as they come, lefty against lefty.
Giambi saw him firsthand when they saw Pittsburgh, and he struck out against them. See the last 5 starts. Piñeiro, Loge, Looper, Wellemeyer, and Boggs. Only one that went deep into the game was Loge. 8 innings in that heartbreaking loss to Milwaukee.
Wasted just a great pitching effort, trying to save the bullpen. Pushed him a little bit further. He got a no decision.
2-1. Marte paying off right away for the Yankees. They're at Fenway Park, and he came in to face David Ortiz and got him.
The Yankees win that game against Boston.
They're playing some of the best baseball of anybody in the big leagues. 2-1 pitch. Left center. And Keel is back with room and makes the catch. Mets get 2. Top of the lineup coming up. Top of the second, and it's 4-2. Cardinals on top. Sunday night is television's biggest night with the summer sports block, beginning with the Hooters Dream Girls, then baseball's golden age, followed by amazing sports stories, and finally the best damn top 50. The summer sports block begins Sunday at 7 only on FSN Midwest. We'll have to see if these starters can settle in. Brandon Knight and Joel Pinheiro. We touched upon it briefly, but Anthony Reyes has been traded to Cleveland. And I think you would agree, Al, he just needs a fresh start with a different organization.
Yeah, I think you're doing him a favor and pick up a right-handed reliever who's only 24 years of age. He'll start out at Springfield.
And that's under the glove of Reyes and into center field. They give Schumacher a base hit on that play.
2 for 2. Good start as the Cardinals appears are going to have to add to their 4-2 lead. Like that was a little bit in slow motion, didn't it?
Yeah, that's another play that probably should have been made. Ludwig was hit by a pitch first time up, came around to score. The Cardinals picked up 4 RBIs by Ankiel, Gloss, Molina, and Miles. And the first pitch is taken for a ball upstairs. Who knows if you're Brandon Knight that Chavez makes the play on the ball that Pujols hit off the wall. If he makes that catch, the Cardinals pick up the runs. He might get out of the first inning. Real key play in that top of the first. '45th and final season here at Shea Stadium. Jets played here. The Yankees even played here for a couple of seasons when Yankee Stadium was being renovated in the mid-'70s. You've got LaGuardia very close to us. The National Tennis Center is right across the way. And also a junkyard. 3-1 on Ludwig.
Wanting to get rid of that. I don't know how to describe it. Kind of a
all the auto body shots.
Body shot to it, but you know, just several blocks of them.
Ludwig, a high fly ball right center. Beltran over, makes the catch.
Apparently they were trying to get rid of him, maybe to have their version of a ballpark village, and all of a sudden, you know, seemed like it was an eyesore for years, but everybody came out and said no, you can't get rid of that.
That one I just
where are we going to chop our cars at?
I mean, I don't get that one. Here's Pujols, who singled off the wall in right. And for anybody that's been to Shea knows what we're talking about. Back behind one of the parking lots here.
Very colorful section.
Very much so. You give them that.
Yeah.
Plenty of color.
American Airlines winging its way someplace.
Visit by Delgado with his pitcher Brandon Knight.
The music was so loud last night on Malingue night that we never even heard all the planes flying by.
I'm with you. I don't remember seeing or hearing a plane go by. Breaking ball misses just a bit in. 2-0. We'll give you an update on Chris Carpenter in the bottom of the second, and the news is good. It's a tease to make you stick around.
Oh yeah.
The 2-0 pitch. 3-0.
The pace of this game, you're just so thankful there's no clock.
Loss was swinging away on 3-0. You know Albert's got the green light. Watch out. Here it comes. Out front. And Hernandez, when he was talking about Pujols and Delgado, he said it's not the same, though, for everybody in the major leagues. He said, but when these guys get to the plate and they get in these prolonged slumps, in his opinion, That's basically the only time that you see it happen is when they're lunging and on their front foot. Other guys develop bad habits, but not those two. 3-1 and a base hit for Pujols. 2 hits in the inning, 6 in the game for the Cardinals. Albert is 2 for 2, and it brings in Rick Ankiel, who singled up the middle and picked up an RBI. It was Rick's 59th, and it's already 50 pitches for Brandon Knight.
In minor leagues, he just played very good control, so he's around the plate.
Ankiel, hot shot to Delgado. Spins and makes the play. Stayed with it and gets Ankiel.
Delgado some credit, and also Knight, that he followed through and was at the bag for when he recovered and was able to get the out at first. Hot shot. And takes a little tricky hop on him, but he stays with it, and then his pitcher's right there covering.
Runners at second and third for Troy Glaus. No activity right now for the Mets in their pen. Good play by Delgado to stick with it. That ball was scorched.
You said that Knight is making this start because of Pedro Martinez being on the bereavement list, and he has to stay there at least 3 days. So I think my count is this would be at least his 3rd day. Buried his father yesterday.
Cardinals miss Pedro. They get Santana tomorrow. That pitch is taken for a ball. Looking forward to that matchup. Kyle Loge and Johan Santana. Santana's numbers have not been great this year, but they tell us he's pitching as well as he has ever pitched in the big leagues. That's a strike to Troy Glaus. Santana 8-7, Loge 12-2. Runners at second and third. 1 ball, 1 strike on the Cardinal third baseman. That's pulled foul. And again with 2 strikes, this crowd will come alive. Two and two. Well, Glaus wasn't lying when he said when it gets hot, that's when I swing the bat well.
It's the temperature. It's over 85. We know he's going to do some damage.
Cardinals even have a stat on that. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Update on Carpenter when we come back. Well, the news today is about a couple of pitchers. One, Adam Wainwright. The other, Chris Carpenter. Here's Tony La Russa on what may happen with Carpenter. His next step.
Assuming that tomorrow when he throws his bullpen, that goes right, because there ain't anything that, if it's questionable, that we want to push. But I did talk to him today, and he just has normal stiffness, and if he throws a nice bullpen tomorrow, he will pitch Wednesday in Atlanta.
That's great news. Carpenter just a couple of rehab starts and then back with the big club Wednesday night in Atlanta. We'll have that game right here on FSN Midwest.
So he'll get Wednesday in Atlanta, Tuesday at home against the Dodgers, and then face the Chicago Cubs in Chicago.
2 balls and 1 strike on the second baseman Reyes. News on Wainwright is good as well, as he threw breaking balls today. There's a base hit up the middle. No, Miles to first, and he got him. What a great play from Aaron Miles.
Every single game, Aaron Miles does some little thing that's just a real plus. Swings the bat. Now he makes a nifty play that you accurately described as looked like a base hit up the middle, but nope, there's out Aaron there, and a strong off-balance throw. Gets rid of it quickly. Nice stretch by Albert, and that was a big out, being the leadoff man.
He's shown really good range going to his right when he's at second base. He's made a couple of plays like that in the last few weeks. This is the pitcher, Brandon Knight. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Wainwright did throw breaking balls today, Al, and said the first couple there was the soreness in the finger, and that's the one pitch that concerns you with the injury that he has. And he said by the end of it, and he threw close to 60 pitches, that he felt great.
He said then felt it a little bit the first time, a little stiffness, but at the end felt absolutely nothing, and lock and loaded, ready to go.
Dave Duncan said something interesting. He said arm conditioning with Wainwright is not an issue. Since he's been able to play catch, throw fastballs, we shall see. Sports Ultimate Nightly Highlight Show is here. It's the final score, and tonight, extended highlights of the Yankees, Red Sox, Cardinals, Mets, plus the rest of the night in baseball. The only national show that gives you nothing but wall-to-wall highlights. It's the final score tonight at 10:30, and only on FSN.
He'll be out at least 2 months, but not much longer. It was June 9th or 7th, I think, last time he pitched.
Saturday night in Houston, and it's such an odd injury. You just don't hear about it all that much. Here's the 0-1 to Reyes, who doubled his first time up. This guy is such an exciting player, and the triples are a big part of his game. Tripled last night. He has 12 on the year. 0-2. And Miles can't get to that one. Ludwig comes up firing to second. Look at Reyes. Hustling out of the box and picks up a double on a bloop base hit.
So just a little flare right out in the Bermuda Triangle, but with that great speed before Ludwig could get to the ball and get it back in, he has himself in scoring position. And look at him turn around right after he went through the first base back. The Ludwig comes in here. Really no hesitation in a snap throw, but Reyes, that great speed. Back his second double tonight. 25 doubles for him. He's got 12 triples. He's got 11 home runs.
I'd say that's pretty good production from your leadoff man. Here's the 0-1 to Chavez. I mean, think about this. Reyes, first player in Major League history to have 20 or more doubles, 10 or more triples, 10 or more home runs, and 30 or more steals before the All-Star break. First player ever to do that. Right. And it happens here in 2008. Good pitch. Strike 2. Mentioned that the Cubs lost today in 12 innings at home. Back-to-back losses at Wrigley. That's a rarity. 3-2 is the final. Philadelphia over Atlanta 10-9. Yankees beat Boston 10-3. Texas over Oakland 9-4. And Toronto over Seattle 8-3. And Florida's hanging around. Slowly hit. Pinheiro steps and throws to Pujols for the third and final out. Molina, Miles, and Pinheiro coming up. 4-2 St. Louis. There's Adam Wainwright in uniform tonight with the Cardinals. Made this trip, and he said he's feeling pretty good as he threw on the side today. Bullpen session, and so far so good.
So good. It did. The first couple I was real tentative. I didn't know how I was going to feel, and it's sort of like tendonitis in a way that the first couple I spun were kind of achy, and then the more I threw, the better it got, and at the end I didn't feel a thing. So I think a couple more throwing sessions and I'll be good to go.
It's great news concerning Wainwright, and there is the possibility, Al, and you brought it up last week at Busch Stadium, that Wainwright could return to the bullpen. It's not set in stone that he goes back in the rotation. And actually, John Mozeliak was saying that's going to be discussed next week on what they want to do and should do with Wainwright.
And it's just, you know, because you have a need down there in the bullpen, and we just make this suggestion: if he was totally on board and just for the end of this season,
I think the other thing too maybe you have to consider is that if you're looking at rehab assignments and running out of time in the regular season, if he comes back as a reliever, that's shortened up considerably as far as rehab is concerned.
Yeah, exactly right.
Reyes is there for the first time.
Being able to pitch 1 inning versus 5+.
This State in Baseball History brought to you by Schnucks. Rogers Hornsby leaves the Cardinals to manage the Browns July 26th, 1933. Here's Miles with 1 out. Delgado takes it himself.
Knight really, he finished off the 2nd inning, struck out Troy Glaus, and the Cardinals couldn't add to their lead. You kind of got the feeling that they're going to need more runs. And Yarrow at least shut down the Mets at last inning.
There's a strike.
Very doubtful this game is going to end up 4-2.
Cleveland was busy today. They, of course, got Anthony Reyes, but they also picked up, or rather, I should say, traded away Casey Blake for a AAA pitcher. Casey Blake, their 3rd baseman, will go to the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Casey Blake has been rumored as potentially here, along with Nady.
Blake has 11 home runs, and that will put him on the top of the list for the Dodgers as far as their leaders in home runs. Here's a 1-2 to Joel Pinheiro. Think about that. Your leader in home runs with 11. He'll be 35 next month. He's hitting .289 with 58 driven in. It's hard to believe. I mean, Cleveland, such a rough season, and last year they made it to postseason play, and they were 1 win away from the World Series. No Sabathia. They trade away their 3rd baseman. Got him. Call 3rd strike on Pinheiro. 2nd strikeout for Brandon Knight. Wright, Delgado, and Carlos Beltran coming up for the Mets. This portion of Cardinal Baseball on FSN Midwest is brought to you by your St. Louis area Kia retailers. Kia, the power to surprise. The 7 train here in New York.
I thought it was called John Rocker's train.
Let's not go down that road. Is John Rocker still in the Independent League?
I don't think so.
There's David Wright.
I thought he was playing for Dave LaPointe.
Wasn't it on Long Island too?
Long Island Ducks or whatever.
Wright his first time up, picked up an RBI and a ground out.
David Wright's a real fan favorite here, and rightfully so. And he did something today that I thought was really cool. There were a bunch of teenage girls came down and had a sign that said, you know, I want David Wright for my birthday, and he had the ushers bring them down to the railing, and was over there signing autographs for him, and they say he does that stuff all the time.
Hey, St. Louis County moms and dads, the Cardinals Alumni Kids Clinics are coming to Chesterfield on August 5th and 7th. Mabes will be there. John Maber, Ricky Horton, Scott Terry, former Cardinals. Visit STLCardinals.com to find out more. I wish one of the things that baseball would do, Al, would be that the home team would take batting practice last and open the gates a little bit earlier. I think it's a treat when you get to come down to the ballpark. I always enjoyed it as a kid, but you come down to the ballpark and watching guys throw, take BP, whatever the case may be. I just think that's one of the nice things about coming down to the game.
They used to do that.
Yep.
Used to do that. So I think these guys are creatures of habit now. You know, hard to get them to break the pattern they're in. But you're right. You know, they have the home fans get the opportunity to see their home team take batting practice. You're usually watching the visitors.
Well hit again off the bat of Carlos Delgado. Goodbye. Home run. Number 21 for Delgado.
Moving inside, but down and in. Breaking ball down and in. Just drops the bat head. Those quick wrists. And the follow through. Not a good pitch.
Boy, he is red hot. Homered last night. Again tonight. 64 driven in. 21 home runs. Here's the 0-1 to Beltran. We've always talked about the Cardinals and the run differential, first and second innings. It doesn't seem like they score late a lot, does it?
No, they've done a very good job this year of taking leads, but not adding to it, putting pressure on, the bullpen as the pitchers don't go deep in ball games, and the result is you're playing in so many one-run games with very little margin for error. I mean, there's blame to go around, but that's one of the things that Tony's tried to speak in terms of. Don't always just blame the bullpen for a late collapse. Blame the offense for not adding to the lead or going out there and scoring 6-7 runs. Giving a little cushion, a little breathing room.
Three-two pitch to Carlos Beltran. Here it comes. Hard hit. Miles stays with it. Throws to first. Safe. Tough play from Miles to his left. And now the tying run is on. Go-ahead run comes to the plate here with one out in the third.
Beltran's got that good speed. You see him play this on the outfield glass. It pops up, traps it on his collarbone, gets the throw there, but a bang-bang play. And Beltran, switch hitter, batting from the left side, and that step closer to the bag is the difference. Because of Carpenter, and we'll just assume that he will make that start Wednesday. I look for another roster spot, possibly as early as tomorrow. Expecting, say, Boggs to be sent down and another reliever added. To tell you we need to activate Carpenter before the Wednesday start.
There's a 1-0 pitch to Tatis. Down the right field line, long way to go for Ludwig, and it's just foul. Taking some pretty good hacks here against Joel Pinheiro.
Nothing inside. Remember the other day when Mike Shannon does his good work on our pregame show, and he's talking with Hal McRae, and he's talking about how pitchers are throwing home run pitches. My hitters are just getting good swings.
There you go. Here's a 1-1. I don't know if you saw it, but Willie Mays and Hank Aaron, there's Mike Shannon. They were on Bob Costas' program on HBO, and it was a town hall meeting. And they talked about Bob Gibson. He was in the audience, and Mays and Aaron talked about how you never got comfortable with Gibson because he threw inside.
Well, that's it. I mean, you're not throwing. As I said, pitchers at that time were allowed to intimidate hitters, and today hitters intimidate pitchers. But Bob Gibson will tell you, I pitch inside to get you your attention, get you worried about me. But then, I got you out away, because you weren't going to dive across the plate on Bob Gibson.
Aaron even went as far as to say that portion of the plate he talked about being inside was his portion. I mean, he owned it, you knew it, and that's the way it was.
Yeah, so when a pitcher pitched inside to Aaron, he made sure he was inside out of the, off the plate. You can't cover both sides of the plate. So, as a pitcher, you can allow a hitter to have one part, but you own the other.
Runner goes and a foul tip. Willie Mays said he was a headhunter, and then they hit a shot of Gibson. Didn't have any reaction one way or another. He said, I wasn't a headhunter. I just pitched inside.
All right.
And they were having, it was a great show. They were having a lot of fun.
But that is, Bob Gibson to the point where he never, ever wanted to talk to a hitter. He wanted him to think that he was a headhunter. He didn't appreciate that term, so to speak. But he knew that they feared being in the batter's box when he was on the mound. And, we talk all the time. If a pitcher doesn't throw inside, guys run up there because they know there's not. You talk to any hitter and say, what would you do if you knew you were never going to be pitched inside? And they go, oh my goodness, this is the greatest dream of my life. I'm going up there and I'm just going to racky-tack you.
Here's a 3-2 instead of check on the runner. You always hear about Willie Mays being the greatest living ball player. I think folks in St. Louis might have a beef with that. Stan the man.
Stan the man.
Beltran is leaning. He's off with the pitch. And it's hit down the left field line. Fair ball. Beltran to third. Beltran being waved in, and he will score. Tatis to second base. We're tied up. It's 4-4. Home run, single, and a double here in this third inning for the Mets.
Hernando's 23rd RBI. Running on the pitch. Looks in, locates it down the left field corner, and then you knew he was going to score easily. Tatis gets himself in scoring position on this double. Hooking it right into the left field corner. 3 consecutive base hits. Now the Mets about hit the Cardinals 7-6, and we have a tie ball game.
7 hits already allowed. It's Torres with a play in front of him, and Tatis is tagged out by Gloss. It's a poor base running mistake there by Fernando Tatis. 2 away. Play right in front of him. That can't happen.
And the ball is hit way too hard. You can't, ball hit in front of you, you cannot advance. If it's slow hit, you may be able to run hard enough to get in front of it, but there you see just a bad base running mistake. And the Cardinals cut down the man in scoring position.
Was it tough for you to watch Willie Mays when he came back here with the Mets?
Yes, it was. It just, when I faced him when he was with the Mets, and you just wanted to keep the image of one of the greatest players of all time instead of the broken down player that you wished you weren't seeing.
And he was so popular, obviously, first time through, and came back, and the Giants franchise was losing money, and they traded him to the Mets for Charlie Williams and $50,000. Here's the 0-2 pitch. A base hit into right.
It should have the lead. Because of the base running mistake, they do not.
Next week, the Cardinals head to Atlanta to take on the Braves. The entire 4-game series is right here on FSN Midwest. Live coverage beginning every night at 5. Cardinals and Braves next week on FSN. Chance for Pinheiro to get out of this jam here in this third inning with the pitcher up. Knight. Joel has struck out 2. Knight was one of those, and Delgado the other back in the first. And Pinheiro has been giving up a ton of hits lately in not many innings.
Yeah, been in double figures of hits. Quite a few of his recent outings.
4 of his last 5.
8 hits through 3 innings. And went through 2 2/3.
Strike 2 on Knight. No question for Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan, obviously, and John Mozeliak. Who goes from the rotation to the bullpen?
Well, right now you don't have to do that because you've got 4 plus our minor league swing man.
Assuming that you put, though, Carpenter and Wainwright back in the rotation. There's a hanging breaking ball, but it's handled by Miles. Mets strand 2.
If the Mets win tonight's game, you win. Visit
Willie Mays with the Mets, the early 70s. 4-4 after 3. 4-4 here in the top of the 4th. Mets already have 8 base hits. The Cardinals with 6. It's got to be a tough way to check out the game.
I mean, maybe in the top of the 1st inning you may have that look, but you know, hey, you're back 4-4 now. Oh, there he is.
He's back.
Put it back on.
Every once in a while, you crack me up. What was your line about Edmonds the other night? They said it wouldn't last this long.
Oh, yeah, you know,
the weekend of his marriage.
You know, I mean, and they said it wouldn't last. It's been a week. How could they say that?
0-2 on Izturis. 69 pitches on the night. Already for Brandon Knight. Sunday's Hall of Fame inductees. Highlighting the class, Goose Gossage. 310 saves. He will wear a Yankees cap going in. 23 years in the big leagues. And just the 5th reliever ever inducted into baseball's Hall of Fame.
I think that will help the cause for like Lee Smith and some of the others, but also felt that Suter and Gossage deserved to go in ahead of Lee Smith. And it's not a foregone conclusion that Lee will get that call.
Dick Williams selected by the Veterans Committee. He goes in.
That'll help Whitey's chances.
Absolutely. Billy Southworth led the Cardinals to a couple of World Series championships. Strikeout number 3 for Knight. August 2nd is Creve Coeur Camera Photo Night at Busch Stadium. Gates open at 4:15. Bring your camera and arrive early to go onto the field. You can snap up-close pictures of all your favorites. Creve Coeur Camera Photo Night, Saturday, August 2nd. Top of the lineup, and here is Schumacher. Foul ball. Walter O'Malley will go in. I wonder what some of the folks in New York think about that. Bardeen Dreyfus, former owner of the Pirates, helped create the first modern World Series back in 1903. Bowie Kuhn, he goes in as well. Unfortunately, he passed away at the age of 80 last year. Elected by the Veterans Committee. Schumacher, another base hit, 3 for 3.
Still upset that Bowie Kuhn wouldn't, outlaw the Hungo pitch.
Oh, he was the one. That's right.
He was the one.
Dave Niehaus going in, Seattle Mariners broadcaster. And Larry Whiteside was with the Boston Globe. He'll go in as the J.G. Taylor Spink Award winner.
And Bowie invoked the all-encompassing rules in the best interest of baseball and outlawed my pitch.
There's actually a photo that you can find of your famous pitch.
Right. Between the ring finger and the middle finger, because the middle finger is longer, it came off in a screwball rotation. The bottom fell out of it and threw it in the 212-mile-an-hour range. And they said I would be the greatest pitcher in the history of the game. So he invoked the best interest of baseball to keep competitive interest, keep it fair.
And I think you can understand. Fully understand it, Al.
No,
I think you have to.
I'm still upset.
There's a ground ball hit to third. Wright goes to second. Out there. Reyes the turn, not in time. So you at least get Pujols up here with a runner on. David Wright, a Gold Glove winner. Argenis Reyes at second base. Pujols 2 for 2. Don Marquez, he has that photo right at his gallery at the Union Station.
Yeah, along with some very attractive fine artwork.
A lot of baseball themed photos. Strike to Albert. Chipper Jones still leading the National League in hitting, but he's been out. Leg injury. Pujols in the top 5. Molina for a while has been in the top 10.
Albert is third among Major League batting leaders with 344, second in the major leagues in on-base percentage, fifth in slugging percentage, third in ops.
Get out of play. One thing the Mets have gotten is very good starting pitching.
It would be tough for them to have, what, the 5th straight game with a starter going 7 innings.
6th. If they can get this tonight, their starting pitchers have gone at least 7 in each of the last 5 games. First time they've done that since 01. Pujols chased that pitch. And he's saying that he had a foul tip, but really no argument there from Albert. 4th time he has struck out in this series in the first 2 games. Brandon Knight making his first ever Major League start. 4 runs for the Cardinals in the first. But the Mets have come storming back with 4 of their own, highlighted by the home run by Delgado. His long fly ball off the bat of Reyes. And the hits just keep on coming for New York. Their first lead of the night, and it's 5-4.
You know, he lacks the single for hitting for the cycle. Double in the first and scored. Oh, excuse me, he's got 2 doubles. But, you know, he's the all-time franchise leader and the Major League leader in triples, so I guess maybe getting ahead of myself. Jumps on the first delivery and rifles it out there for his 12th home run, 49th RBI, and they have 5 unanswered runs. Come back. The Cardinals got the 4-0 lead, and now it's 5-4.
Chavez trying to bunt again against Pinheiro. This kind of start, he's not going to stay in the rotation if there's a guy that does get bumped. 415 feet, the measured distance of that home run. 0-2 on Chavez. In the first, an RBI triple to Wright. Came around to score, then he grounded out back to Pinheiro his 2nd time up. 0-2 pitch. Back to Pinheiro again. Steps and throws. Throws a bullet over to Albert Pujols. And that's the first out here in the bottom of the 4th.
Pinheiro allowed 2 runs in the first inning. That gives him 5 first-inning runs, but a combined 24 runs in the 4th and 5th innings. So Reyes got things started.
That's a happy guy right there, Brandon Knight. His team on top by a run.
Wasn't smiling when he was giving up 4 in the first, but he's got a lead now going into the 5th.
Ground ball hit to short. Is Turris up with it? Long throw. Safe. Infield hit for Wright, who also has an RBI tonight.
Hustling all the time and just beats it.
Delgado a home run tonight. The Mets with 2. Both have been solo shots. 21 on the season for Carlos and 64 RBIs. A strike. First time up, Delgado didn't like the call on a called third strike. Had words with the home plate umpire. Next time up, down and in and out of the ballpark. Another big crowd tonight here at Shea Stadium. Expecting another sold-out crowd tomorrow. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out and a runner at first base. The shift is on for Delgado. You can see that's Troy Glaus on the left side of your screen, and then Pujols holding it first. So is Turris on the second base side of the bag, along with Miles on the outfield grass. Runner goes, and it's fouled back. I would assume you'd have to be tempted if you're Delgado to try to either hit it to the opposite field or maybe even lay down a bunt.
Yeah, sometimes you just wonder why. Hit anything down the third baseline, you got an automatic hit.
Edmonds would do that when they put a shift on with him.
I remember, teams would do it when Gaetti was with us, and you'd watch him in batting practice, and he could drive the ball to right field, but he didn't want to do it in the game.
Runner goes again on 1 and 2. A ground ball. Pujols will step on the bag, and by starting the runner, they probably avoid the double play. Slowly hit ball. Let's go pitch by pitch. Pinheiro and Delgado. Brought to you by Chevrolet.
Running out with pitch, gets a strike. Then he goes a curveball that's around the plate. Then the slider right there fouled off. Another slider rolls over on it and hits a little ground ball to Albert for the second out.
Adam Wainwright was asked by Brent Stover about his favorite memories. That's well hit. Center field, and Keel with room and makes the catch. The memory was striking out Beltran to win the pennant. Cardinals baseball on FSN Midwest is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Mets, their first lead of the night. It's 5-4. Thanks to Jose Reyes. He's had a couple of doubles and a solo home run. And Keel, Glaus, and Molina for the Cardinals against Brandon Knight. Off-speed pitch. Swing and a miss by Rick. Singled up the middle with the bases loaded in the first. That got an RBI. His 59th. And that's hit down the right field line, but foul. We were talking about the trade that the Dodgers made to get a third baseman. Remember Blake DeWitt, who is from Missouri.
Sykes.
Right. He's only hitting now 257.
Yeah, but we got Blake DeWitt week coming up.
We do?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Sykeston's going to be out there. St. Louis to see their hometown hero.
Ouch. 91 miles an hour, and Keel hit by the pitch.
Second hit batter tonight by Knight.
Also hit Ludwig back in the first.
Well, the guy hits a ball home run depth, but foul. You don't want to make a mistake right over the plate, so you make it in the back of his shoulder blade.
Boy, how about that ugly incident in the minor leagues the other night? For those that didn't see it, bench is cleared. A player has been arrested because he threw the baseball, and when he threw it, he was trying to hit a player and he hit a fan.
Yeah, hit a fan and take that fan to the hospital. I believe that was in Peoria.
It was. Ryan Sandberg is the manager of the Peoria Chiefs. He was not there because of the Hall of Fame ceremony this weekend, so there was a couple of things that he had to take care of with that. As Glaus hits it to David Wright, only play to go to first. Paul Jocketty, by the way, who was against the Cincinnati Reds minor league team, he was there. But there was multiple ejections, and the video has been all over the place on the national highlight shows, and it was an ugly incident. You can't have that happen. And what was odd is that, one of the managers came out to argue with the umpire. The other manager comes out, and then those two start arguing. Right. I mean, when do you see that?
In the minor leagues.
In the minor leagues. Molina's 0 for 2. He's flied to center and popped out to short. And Yadier pops this one up. Delgado on the line, makes the catch. I was talking with a Mets fan today, and they said the Yankees have Bucky Dent, and we've got Yadier Molina. He is public enemy #1 here at Shea Stadium. Miles 1 for 2. All of a sudden, the Cardinals have gone into a little bit of a funk offensively in this game.
How many times we've seen this, Dan? They jump out to a lead, then just can't add to it. The other team comes charging back, and at some point we're going to get into both bullpens, but you know, you get into a situation where there's no margin for error for that pin again.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Taken upstairs, 2-0. Cool night here at Shea Stadium. Warmed up a bit this afternoon. Very pleasant here tonight.
Kennedy's on the on-deck circle, ready to pinch hit for Pinheiro. There'll be 2 men on ahead of him. With 2 outs.
Isringhausen getting loose, and that's outside. There's the former Met, Jason Isringhausen. He's a starter when he was here in New York. First and second, and it brings in Adam Kennedy. Also brings in a visit. Mets with no activity right now, I don't think, in their bullpen.
Doesn't look like it, but it looks like one of their catchers is starting to put on the gear. And someone will start warming up. Like the right-hander will start throwing. Muniz, Carlos Muniz, right-hander, starts throwing.
2 outs, first and second for Adam Kennedy. 5-4 Mets in the Cardinals' top of the 5th. So that's going to be it for Joel Pinheiro. Gives the Cardinals just 4 innings tonight, 10 hits. And the Mets played 5 after the Cardinals jumped out to a 4-0 lead.
So since Monday night, when Loesch went 8 innings, he had a pair of 5-inning stints and a couple, and then what, 4 and a third and 4 innings. Not good enough.
To Adam Kennedy. Check swing and got a piece. Some of these fans on their feet. One and 2. Kennedy, the former Angel, year 2 of his 3-year deal with the Cardinals. Miles walked, and Keel was hit by a pitch. Those 2 are on. First and second. Kennedy slowly hit towards second. Reyes will go to first. Cardinals strand 2. They have left 7 on. Our Bud Light What's on Tap. Bud Light keeps it coming. Game number 3 tomorrow. And that will be on News Channel 5 KSDK. Tomorrow at 11:30. Ricky Horton and Jay Randolph Sr. Jason Isringhausen is our Chevrolet call to the bullpen. He was greeted with boos. And we flash back. Look at this. July 17th, 1995. Isringhausen makes his Shea Stadium debut. 7 innings, allowing a couple of runs. It was Izzy, Pulsipher, and Wilson. Those 3 were supposed to be the next generation that was going to take the Mets to the World Series. Well, didn't pan out, did it? Izzy is now the closer here in St. Louis.
By far, Izzy's had the
at times
longest career.
Selected by the Mets in the 44th round back in 1991 from Brighton, Illinois. Tatis, a swing and a miss. 0-2. He had right shoulder and right elbow surgeries while with the Mets back in '97. Tony La Russa's first home game, I believe. Isringhausen was the pitcher for the Mets.
Yes.
Back in 1996.
He's just been unscored upon in 4 of his last 7 outings. He's allowed home runs in 2 of his last 4. And the thing about Izzy right now is he's one of your better options to go out there and give him multiple innings.
1-2 pitch. You have to wonder about his knee and how that has been holding up, if that's been an issue with him at all. He's not one to say anything about it.
He doesn't say it, but I did talk to him about that, and he said, you know, it's like an ankle sprain. It's there. I don't really pay too much attention to it. I'm not going to do any damage, but
2-2.
We were in Kansas City, you know, it seemed as if they were going to put him on the disabled list, and then he was going to wear a brace, and it's too cumbersome. But he's not using any excuses.
3-2 pitch to Tatis. Leadoff walk. Let him off the hook. Tatis on base for the 3rd time. Our Aflac trivia question. Aflac! Who recorded the only 6-hit game in Mets history? Guy that was a very good player for them.
Yes, he was.
Edgardo Alfonso did it back in 1999 at Houston. You know, he's now playing with the Long Island Ducks.
I was going to say, yeah, for Dave LaPointe, and his career went in fell off the top shelf very quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, he had very good years with the Mets. When he was with San Francisco, played with the Blue Jays. Last time in the big leagues was '06. So nobody out. Robinson Cancel, who is 0 for 2. Isringhausen was with the Mets and then traded to Oakland. They converted him to a closer. And he had more money on the table from Texas, but wanted to play at home. Signed with the Cardinals as a free agent back in 2001. We forget last year Isringhausen had 32 saves. He had 47 back in 2004. Pitch, runner goes. Tatis got a good jump, and that's a liner in the seats. Darryl Strawberry. Jumbotron.
Trying to get the fans. Darryl living in the St. Louis area, but he works for the Mets. I was asking Hojo about him today. He said, yeah, they've got him doing some stuff in the marketing department.
1-1 the count. Short lead at first by Tatis. There's another line drive.
Caught by a young fan with his glove.
That's one thing with Isringhausen. No matter what inning he is in, Doesn't matter. His delivery to the plate is pretty deliberate, and you can steal off him.
Yes. There's a lot of closers. You know, that was, Lee Smith, a lot of those guys, said, oh, I want to start the inning. Well, one of the reasons why managers were accommodated and have them start the innings because he came in with men on base. It was a running game.
Can they turn two out there on the first? Not in time. Four to 6 on the putout. And it brings in Reyes. Well, Jerry Manuel has gotten 5 from his starter. And he can exit with a lead. Will he turn it over to his bullpen, which at times has been a rough spot in what otherwise has been a very good stretch of games for the Mets?
He's had a reliever warming up all inning long, so I had just naturally assumed that he was going to pinch hit or take out Knight, the starter. Look at this run.
Unbelievable jump that time.
That's a catcher with his first steal. Not even an opportunity for Molina. Watch this. Straight up, very slow to the plate, and Molina has no chance to even throw. Walking lead.
No chance.
I think people believe us that you could steal off of Izzy.
Argenis Reyes, the second baseman. Spins away from a pitch up and in.
Nick Evans is swinging a bat at the on-deck circle.
We forget Jason Isringhausen was primarily a center fielder in his 2 years at a community college. Didn't even pitch until he was drafted by the Mets.
Not that unusual, and that's why he's had a long career. He's had his arm issues, but has been able to bounce back from surgeries. You don't have all that wear and tear at playing youth baseball. And
hit out of play. 2-2 the count. 14 pitches in this inning for Izzy. Evans has moved to the on-deck circle for the Mets. He'll be the pinch hitter. There's the curveball, and he just got a piece. Pinheiro tonight, 4 innings, 5 runs allowed, 10 hits. We're in the 5th, 5-4 Mets. Two-two pitch on its way. Why has it been such a rough year, Al, in your opinion, for Izzy? Have you seen anything mechanically that he's done? Is it a loss in velocity?
well, I think the biggest thing is loss of confidence.
3-2, grounded to second. Aaron Miles there over to Pujols. Official shop of the Cardinals. Do it online at STLCardinals.com. Hats, t-shirts, and more, all at STLCardinals.com. Shop today.
As he got off to a very good start, he's picking up saves at a nice pace, not being overused, and then when started struggling, kind of the pressure got to him a little bit. Went on the disabled list and came back much better physically and mentally.
This is Nick Evans, the pinch hitter. Made his major league debut on May 24th at Colorado. Came up from Double-A of the Eastern League. RBI double in his first at bat. Finished the game 3 for 4 with 3 doubles. Not too shabby. It's 3 doubles in a debut for the Mets. It tied a record. Last to do it, Kaz Matsui. We forget that he was brought over from Japan to play for the Mets, and they actually moved Jose Reyes to second to make room for Matsui. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Evans on its way. Good block by Molina. The last time we saw Pinheiro make a start here at Shea Stadium, he was remarkable in his 8 innings. Tonight, you cannot say the same.
No, and continue this trend where starters not going deep.
Evans lines it into the seats.
Great play by a young man, smearing that one, but you know, once again, you know, you don't just blame one individual. You win as a team, you lose as a team. Cardinals get 4 runs in the first inning, and only 3 hits the next 4 innings off a guy that started in independent baseball this year.
And a swing and a miss. Isringhausen gets the strikeout. The Mets strand a runner. This portion of Cardinal Baseball on FSN Midwest is brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. By your local St. Louis Jeep dealers. And by Jack in the Box. We don't make it until you order it. Packed house here at Shea Stadium in New York. 5-4 Mets. They'll go to their bullpen. Carlos Muniz earned his first major league win, 2 scoreless and hitless innings back on July 12th against Colorado. Also had a pair of strikeouts. And it's our Chevrolet called to the bullpen.
He's the closer at New Orleans.
And here's Cesar Izturis, 9th place hitter. And then Schumacher, Ludwig, if anybody can reach, then Pujols. Well, Cardinals need to win desperately, but they also need to win because they could gain some ground. Right now, Houston leading Milwaukee 4-2, and Chicago has already lost 3-2 to Florida. Tony La Russa on the bullpen phone as Isringhausen gave him a scoreless inning. Will he go back out there? First pitch, a strike to Izturis. He's grounded out to first, and he's also struck out. Muniz was recalled for the 4th time this season, so he's been up and down with the Mets this year. The relievers for the Mets as a whole, 16-14. ERA is just under 4. Opponents batting .241 against this bullpen. Slowly hit to the right side. Izturis 0 for 3.
Usually when good ball clubs capitalize on middle relief and do a lot of damage. It seems like the Cardinals will get into a 6th, 7th innings and kind of meekly don't add to their lead or just really don't cash in against secondary pitching.
Here's Skip Schumacher. Kyle Loge goes tomorrow against Santana. It'd be very interesting to try to find out the market for a guy like Kyle Loge. If the Cardinals would dangle him out there.
Just doing due diligence, you got to see.
You don't know if he's going to resign.
Well, I mean, even if you don't know or it's not your intentions, why not find somebody might blow you away with an offer. And the Cardinals have been very good at even at deadline deals. They're thinking about the current year, but also for the future.
1-1 pitch. Schumacher, little floater into center. Beltran won't get it. Skip Schumacher, a 4-hit night. All singles. 4 for 4. So 1-out base hit brings in Ludwig.
Make contact, good things can happen. And Skip's a hard worker. Boy, he was great last year in the second half, between .369. His 4 hits tonight. Push that average right back up near 300.
Cardinals start play tonight, 4 games out. Milwaukee, if they can win, would be in first place with Chicago. If you dealt Loge, you're dealing a blow possibly to the ball club too, though. You know, they're still fighting. Obviously, they're still into it. Have a chance in this race. Ludwig down the left field line and just foul. Just foul. Loge arguably has been your best pitcher. You've got big games coming up with Chicago.
How foul it is,
but it puts Mo, you know, in a tough spot.
Well, but I mean, you know, but you still deciding one way or the other, but you see what the market value is.
I talked with Kyle the other day, and he said he just loves St. Louis. He feels very comfortable in the situation here with the Cardinals, with his association with Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan. He grew up an A's fan. Dave Duncan, you know, changed his mindset about particular pitches and when to throw them.
Right. Emphasize using the sinker. But, you know, you have a window where you are the only one that can negotiate with Lowe, but that window is closing.
He said over the last 2.5 months, there isn't a day that has gone by when he's been in St. Louis that a fan hasn't come up to him and said, "What's the deal? Are you re-signing? Are you going to stay? What do you want to do?" He said, "Well, you got to be wanted too." Ludwig, base hit. Schumacher to second base. We'll stop there. And all of a sudden, the Cardinals have something going here with Pujols digging in with 2 runners on.
Set up away and leaves the ball in the middle, up and in, misses location. But this is what I'm talking about. You've got to capitalize against just about virtually everyone's Achilles heel. The final couple spots in on their pitching staff, which usually settle into middle relief.
Last home run for Albert, the 4th of July against Chicago, which was number 300 of his career. He's been stuck on 18 for a while.
Got the right guy up there, and Ankiel on deck. Feliciano, lefty, warming up in the Mets pen.
Time called by Cancel, the catcher. Pujols tonight put one off the wall and right. He's also singled and struck out on a breaking ball by Brandon Knight back in the 4th. Knight gave the Mets 5 innings. First pitch to Albert is a strike. See that more times than not with Albert Pujols taking a first pitch strike.
And Albert's one of those guys that never afraid to be hitting behind in the count.
The 0-1 pitch, here it comes. And Pujols hits it out to right center field. That's down. Schumacher being waved in. The throw will go into third. Ludwig is safe. And Pujols has tied the game up at 5-5. 3-hit night for Albert. Strong throw from Beltran. And Schumacher scores his 2nd run of the night. And that's the 1st run for the Cardinals since back in the 1st.
And Dan, good point. You start talking about Hal McRae saying Albert, get out of this, got to start hitting the ball up the middle or opposite field. It's 2 of his hits tonight have been to the opposite field, and this is what you've got to do against this type of pitching, the middle relief pitching. They knock the knees out of here, and Feliciano should be coming out to face Ankiel.
Just safe in third. Charlie Manuel goes to his bullpen. Pujols, after 3 strikeouts last night, 3 base hits tonight, all singles, and he's 3 for 4. Ankiel coming up in a 5-5 game here in the 6th. Coming up after the game, it's U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live. Hear from Tony La Russa and the players. All coming up after the game on FSN Midwest. Pedro Feliciano, a lefty, is in. Has 10 strikeouts in his last 8 1/3. And lefties hitting just .214 against him. Entire big league career has been with the Mets. He came up back in 2002. First and third, a chance for the Cardinals to retake the lead. First pitch, a ball to Rick Ankiel. Cardinal center fielder tonight came up with the bases loaded in the first. The Cardinals had 4 runs in that inning. Ankiel, an RBI, base hit. He's also grounded out and was hit by a pitch back in the 5th. It's a tough pitch right there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pedro Feliciano signed as a free agent out of Puerto Rico. Ankiel slices that one.
Oh, got somebody in first, right over the dugout.
Oh boy. Ball and 2 strikes and Rick Ankiel. See the concerned look on Ankiel's face. He hit that hard.
Somebody was around the throat region.
2-2 pitch. Ankiel strikes out. I mean, not to make excuses, but I'm sure it's in the back of his mind, and it just throws your concentration off a little bit if you're the hitter, and that just took place.
Human nature.
Agree?
Yeah. Oh yeah. In a perfect world it doesn't happen, but reality is he saw it and feels terrible about it, and nothing he can do. And concentration split, and a tough pitch outside, you go after it.
So Feliciano does the job as he gets his 1 man. That's Rick Ankiel. Runners at first and third. And that's the young lady that was hit. Seems to be all right. Troy Glaus coming up when we come back. Tomorrow night, get a look around the major leagues. The baseball report covering every team all season long. Highlights, interviews, and analysis. The baseball report tomorrow at 10 right here on FSN Midwest. The fan that was hit was walking up the stairs, so hopefully everything's going to be all right. Could have been much worse. Here is Joe Smith. He's allowed 7 of 38 inherited runners to score. That's 82%. That's it. 9th best percentage in the National League. His 49th appearance, and already the 4th pitcher used by Jerry Manuel. Knight, Munoz, Feliciano, and now Smith. Runners at first and third for Troy Glaus.
Right-handed batters are batting .179 against him, 20 for 112.
And the first pitch is a strike at the knees to the Cardinal third baseman. Glaus walked with the bases loaded in the first, struck out with 2 runners on in the second, and also grounded out to third with a runner at first. 0-2, and he calls time.
Tough on the right-handed batters with that sidearm delivery. It's from Cincinnati, Ohio. 3rd round draft pick in the 06, so he got here in a hurry.
2 strikes. Glaus in the hole, 0-2. Cardinals have tied it up. The base hit by Pujols, 57th RBI. Cardinals at one point led this ball game 4-0. Mets came back, tied it up, then took the lead. They're tied back up 5-5 here in the 6th. The 0-2. Slowly hit towards third. Tough play, and right, no play at all. And the Cardinals lead it on an infield hit by Troy Glaus. It's 6-5.
Swinging bunt, and David Wright, former Gold Glove winner, just had no play. Put it in his pocket. Just gets a piece of it. Little tapper down here. Not going to roll foul. Can't make a play at first base. Sure, Glaus hustling all the way to put his head down. He's digging hard, and it pays off. Make a good pitch and don't get rewarded.
Here's Molina.
Malone is throwing in the Cardinal bullpen.
Runners at first and second. That's Gloss at first, Pujols at second. Way out in front of that pitch at 79 miles an hour. Out to visit is Kensel.
He got crossed up or something there, but
breaks the string of at least 5 starts in a row. Well, the starter for the Mets goes 7 innings tonight. Brandon Knight, first ever major league start, gives them 5 innings. Cardinals lead it 6-5, their second lead of the night.
21 of Yadi's 34 RBIs with 2 outs.
Well, he has been clutch, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. In his career, he's hit .286 with runners in scoring position. Striking out a little more of late. He's now the second hardest major league batter to strike out.
Outfield pretty shallow for Molina. Big gap in left center. 1-2 pitch. Two and two. Inside on Yadier Molina. Miles on deck. Molina with a sacrifice fly and a run scored back in the first inning. He's popped out to short. He's also popped out to first, and the runner's off for this next pitch.
Smith did not pitch in his senior year due to arm surgery and enrolled at Wright State.
And that's a base hit out to left. Runners were off with the pitch. Pujols will score easily. Gloss trots into third. Molina makes it 7-5 Cardinals.
Second RBI of the night, and another key RBI with 2 outs. 36, and 22 of those 36 have been with 2 outs. Down and in, just drops that bat head, lifts it over. Hardy's prime cut of the night. That's a big base hit, and the Cardinals have a 2-run lead.
It is up to the bullpen again, though, for St. Louis. Miles, base hit past David Wright. He's on his way to second base. A run will score. Molina on his way to third, and Aaron Miles delivers again. He's on base for the 3rd time. That's his second RBI of the night, and the Cardinals doing this with 2 outs, and they lead it 8-5.
Just inside the third base bag, down into the corner. Another insurance run. Izzy's going to bat for himself. And runners at second and third and 2 outs.
Close the book on Muniz. 3rd of an inning, 3 hits and 3 runs. Feliciano got the strikeout of Rick Ankiel, and now Smith has come in and given up 3 consecutive base hits, 2 singles and a double, and a run is scored against him. Here's Izzy with runners at second and third. A chance to score here. Yeah, I'm not sure why you don't go to your bench. It is a short bench, but you have a chance to pile on.
Short bench, you know, you have a lot of confidence. What it says is how much confidence you have in Izzy. You go out there and give you a shutout inning without the need for additional runs. Again, you talk about carrying all the extra relievers, but you don't have confidence in several of them.
Strike 2 on Isringhausen. Little smile from Izzy. Doesn't look too comfortable there in the box. Got a bad hip, bad knee, surgeries. 1-2 pitch. 2-2.
And you won't get a guy thrown over the top. You get a guy dropping down.
Isringhausen is the 9th batter to come to the plate for the Cardinals here in the 6th. Big inning. Izzy strikes out. Cardinals, though, in this inning pick up 4 and pick up the lead. It's 8-5. Well, how about this? Tony La Russa allows Isringhausen to hit with 2 runners in scoring position and then takes him out of the game for Ron Vallone. You're the analyst. I'll let you explain it. Here's our flashback. September 23rd, 1988. The Cardinals come back to beat Doc Gooden and the Mets 2-1. These two teams, of course, the 80s would go back and forth.
Pedro Guerrero right there.
Ozzie would score, and that was it.
Well, Ron Vallone comes in this ball game, and you know you have a short bench because you're carrying an extra reliever, but which I think is ridiculous in itself. And then now you had a chance to pad the lead, and you still have 3 bench guys.
He's used Kennedy, and that's it.
So you still have Mather, you still have LaRue, and you have Brendan Ryan, and he chose to let Izzy go out there with guys on 2nd and 3rd, and then change his pitchers.
Dwight Gooden was the 5th player taken overall back in 1982. Allie spent 1 season in the minor leagues. Class A ball. He had 300 strikeouts, almost 200 innings. And the AAA manager at the time was Davey Johnson.
Yep. And Davey took over the next year and said, I want him. Davey saw him in the AAA World Series. They called him up after it was like Lynchburg, where he pitched in the A ball, and Davey saw enough. And actually, I saw him pitch at that time, and there were times I saw there in AAA that he had a better curveball than he did in the big leagues.
And he was just awesome. Made his major league debut at the age of 19. 17 games won by Gooden when he was 19. Just dominating stuff. 1985, make a case, was his best season. 24 wins, 268 strikeouts. ERA was under 2.
Turn Reyes around, batting from the right side. Not nearly as dangerous.
2-2 pitch. And a swing and a miss. Reyes strikes out.
You have Chavez, right, Delgado, so sets up for Vallone.
Their all-access pass to Busch Stadium has arrived. It's the 2008 Cardinals yearbook, celebrating a day in the life of Busch Stadium. Takes you inside the clubhouse, players' meetings, and more. To order the book, 345-9000, or visit STLCardinals.com. So you turn around Reyes. Now you have Chavez hitting from this side, lefty-lefty matchup. And David Wright on deck. I'm sure Tony will be asked about this move. Quite curious. Here's the 0-1.
I just think it just, you know, as I said, with Boggs, probably you make a roster move with Carpenter going to make the start. You don't need Boggs up here, so will they go back and give you another bench player, or will add another reliever?
Chavez just throws the bat at it, but stays alive. Got a piece. Cardinals picked up 4 runs in the first. The Mets then picked up 2 in the bottom half. Mets would pick up 2 in the third. They tied it up at 4-4, had the lead at 5-4 after the 4th, and then the Cardinals, the top of the 6th inning, they get 4 runs. Not much pitching tonight. It's been a hitter's game. 23 combined hits, 13 for St. Louis, 10 for the Mets. 0-2 pitch. Back to Vallone. 2 outs. So good work so far from Ron Malone. You take away a couple of his games in which he just was left out there to take a beating and take one for the team. He's done an okay job. He's been just
fine. I mean, he's done fine. He's contained left-handed batters, a batting under 200 against him. And when he's used in the role that he, came into, signed as a minor league free agent, chance to make the ball club, and he did out of spring training. He's can't put any fault on him.
2 outs. We're talking about David Wright and always coming to the ballpark and wanting to sign autographs. He also has a foundation which helps folks that deal with MS, raises millions of dollars with that. The 1-0 pitch. A strike, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Ron's unscored upon in his last 11 games, allowing just 2 hits and 2 walks, and has struck out 11 during that time.
Think about this team. When David Wright was growing up, he played on an AAU team that had Ryan Zimmerman, B.J. Upton, Justin Upton, and Wright. Initially, he signed a letter of intent to play baseball at Georgia Tech. He is from Virginia. Chosen by the Mets in 2001. And he was the compensation for the Mets loss, that pick of Mike Hampton to Colorado. Drafted in 01, made his debut in July of 2004. Upstairs and a walk. And it brings in Delgado.
Carefully to the right-handed batter, knowing that Delgado, a left-handed hitter, is on deck. You'd have to think these two would have some pretty good history together. Delgado's bounced around in 2 different leagues. See, 2 for 9. And Malone's been with 11 different organizations.
Originally, a catcher was Delgado. Switched to first base. Player of the year back in 2000.
From Puerto Rico. I think both his parents are college professors.
Right. One ball, 1 strike. He had some great years in Toronto.
His home run seeding was 452 of his career. That ties Yastrzemski on the all-time list.
Molina wants it low and away. The 1-1 pitch. Out to deep right center. Delgado has done it again. This one a 2-run shot. His second home run of the night. 8-7. Boy, is he red hot or what? A walk to right. 2-run homer by Delgado.
His 45th multi-home run game, and doesn't take long for him to get that swing down and gets his arms extended, follow through, and explosive.
He wanted it down and away and got it over the middle portion of the plate.
Yep.
Now it's Beltran back to a 1-run lead for the Cardinals. Chance of let's go Mets. This crowd is right back into it.
This game isn't going to stay 8-7 either.
Nope. Beltran is 1 for 2. He walked in the first, single, a run scored in the third, flying out to center, back in the fourth. It's 22 home runs now for Delgado. 2 balls and a strike.
Turn around Beltran, where he's much more dangerous when he's batting from the left side than right. Well, Tony Gamble's allowing Izzy to hit for himself with a couple minutes scoring position. Had the 3-run lead going to the bottom of the 6th inning, and now it's down to 1.
255 hitter from this side of the plate. Here comes a 3-1 pitch. You know he could lose one in a hurry too. Strike. Malone was visiting with a lot of fans before the game, as he's from Englewood, New Jersey. Two pitch.
Where are you going, Dan?
He's ducking. I want no part of that. It's coming right back to us. (3-2) to Beltran. A walk. Malone got the first 2. Strikeout of Reyes. Chavez grounded back to Malone. A walk to David Wright. Delgado the home run, and now a walk to Beltran. And here's Fernando Tatis.
Right-hander warming up, but can't tell who it is, but looks like
still a long way to go in this ball game. 8-7 as we step aside.
Well, welcome back. A few seconds ago, right after the home run, Delgado made some notes, probably describing what the count was, what the pitch was, that he hit the 2-run home run to move him ahead of Yastrzemski on the all-time list. Russ Springer will come in here. He's been one of the Cardinals' most reliable pitchers for quite a while, spanning 35 outings. He's allowed just 2 earned runs for an ERA of 0.69. 23 strikeouts during that time, and opponents only batting 188 against him. Stranded 20 of the 26 inherited runners, and he's got one over at first in Tatis at the plate.
So 2 outs. Here's Tatis. Beltran, the runner at first base. 8-7 St. Louis here in the 6th.
Fernando 2 for 2 and a walk, so, and an RBI's been on base 3 times tonight.
If you're thinking about the most reliable reliever the Cardinals have, he might be on the mound right now.
Exactly right.
The one guy that you feel comfortable with right now, you trust. That's Springer.
Sometimes too that you feel like you got him for just 1 inning, and maybe in this case just 1 out.
Tatis. Now an outfielder here with the Mets.
It's been all over the place for them, doing a great job, and tough road to get back to the big leagues, and was playing on an everyday basis with a first place team.
2 outs in the first pitch. And that's a strike on the outside corner. Just caught the black of the plate.
Still executing his pitches, still throws pretty good velocity. Threading the needle down and away. Still can get on top of that slider and get guys to swing and miss.
Here's the 0-2. They want it outside. Off the glove of Springer, and Miles can step on the bag. Chris Farrell is tonight's merchandise winner in the Hyundai Long Drive Inning Sweepstakes. If the Cardinals hit a home run, Chris Farrell qualifies for the Hyundai Sonata drawing in September. To register, visit a St. Louis area Hyundai dealer. You know, Al, you just brought up a very good point. If you know that Isringhausen is not going to pitch, we're talking about this during the break, and this is Izturis, who's now hitting from the left side of the plate.
Well, this guy's a submariner, so it makes a little sense for the switch hitter to go back and hit left-handed.
You know, if you feel that you're not protected because of a short bench, and you're not going to use Izzy the next inning on the mound, send Looper up there.
Yeah, you've used Looper as a pinch hitter. He's got a, he's hitting well, and Izzy is not his strength.
Izturis pops it up. It's a struggle right now for Izturis at the plate. Top of the lineup, Schumacher, Ludwig. If anybody can reach, then Pujols. There was at one point when he swung the bat, I think it was on the second strike, he didn't look comfortable. Didn't look comfortable on any of the swings, but you don't know what happened. Maybe he did hurt himself or tweak a knee or his hip or whatever the case may be. You just don't know.
Malone was warming up the whole inning.
Yep. That's hit out of play. Strike two, and Schumacher, he's had a big night with 4 base hits and 2 runs scored.
I will say this, that usually when you see something that is so uncharacteristic, there's something that we don't know.
Right.
So that is a very valid point.
Schumacher, 4 base hits, all singles.
Joe Smith, who had trouble getting the final out, and he did strike out Izzy for that, but 3 singles to get to Izzy.
Take a look at Skip's night. First inning on an 0-2 pitch, singled up the middle. Then in the second, another one up the middle, just under the glove of Reyes. 4th inning, another base hit. 6th inning, he did it again. This time, though, he strikes out. 4 for 5 on the night. That one tailed back in there. And Skip is out number 2. Smith came in relief of Feliciano back in the 6th inning and gave up 3 consecutive hits, and all resulted in runs. 2 singles and a double.
Guy drops down like this, hitters get a good look at it if they're batting left-handed, but fooled him, and then it moves back to the corner or back to the center of the plate.
Two outs and a pitch that's taken inside by Ludwig.
I mentioned Joe Smith that enrolled at Wright State without a scholarship and was cut from the team as a freshman. Came back as a redshirt sophomore and changed to the sidearm delivery in his junior year.
Isn't that amazing how guys do that?
Some guys that had 10+ years in the big leagues that cut from high school, cut from college teams.
They come back and all of a sudden change an arm angle or change a position. They make a team. 1 ball, 1 strike on Ludwig. Cardinals desperately need a win. Houston, Milwaukee tied up at 4. That's in the 7th inning, and Florida beat Chicago today.
It was a 4-2 Houston lead before Milwaukee tied it up in the 7th.
And you never know about the wild card, which teams will still be alive late. And it might be these 2 teams here. That's outside, a walk, and it brings in Albert.
Schoenweiss is warming up for Ankiel. Has to be determined at what Pujols does.
Cardinals camp out presented by Bass Pro Shops, and Tracker Boats is back Friday, September 12th. Cardinals take on the Pirates and come spend a night on the field and under the stars at Busch Stadium. Tickets go on sale Friday, July 25th at 9. For additional information, call 345-9000 or visit us online at stlcardinals.com. So a chance here for Pujols. He's had a good night. 3 base hits. 2 runs scored. RBI back in the 6th is 57. First pitch to him. Those 3 hits, average climbing towards 350 again. The 1-0. And Pujols gets underneath it. Chavez was playing deep, camps under it now and puts it away. It's time to stretch here at Shea Stadium in New York. Cardinals trying to hold on. It's 8-7. Our Geico quote: Red is quite a human being. He treats us like men, lets us play our game, and gives our young players confidence. Orlando Cepeda on Red Schoendienst, our Geico quote. Of course, we had our tribute to Red at the beginning of our ball game tonight. The one and only Chris Sloan, former St. Louis University basketball player, now living here in New York, is enjoying Cardinal baseball tonight. Lives with David Lee, and he's working for the Knicks. Best of luck to Chris Sloan. Springer got the final out in the 6th inning. The ball that hit off his glove and then put away by Miles. Well, ideally, you'd have Springer for this inning, and then what happens in the 8th and 9th?
McClellan and then Franklin.
That's the idea.
Sometimes you don't see Russ, you know, when he comes in for 1 inning, that's his night's through, but not the case tonight. And let's hope he keeps that good pitching. He kind of hung a slider that Tatis hit right back in the middle. He slowed it up, and then Miles was able to get the foresight at second base.
So here we go, bottom of the 7th. Cardinals trying to hold on. It's 8-7. All night it has been back and forth. It's fouled straight back. It was off the glove of Springer, the same glove he's been using since 1993. Old reliable.
Yeah, we used one during batting practice, but that's his gamer. It's got to be a Rawlings. Lasts that long, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. There's an 0-2 pitch. Cancel flies to center field. Rick Ankiel is there, puts it away. And that's the first out here in the 7th.
Sanchez warming up in the Mets bullpen. So we'll see Marlon Anderson after Reyes pinch hit.
Argenis Reyes, the second baseman, homered here last night. Then after he homered, he got the silent treatment down in the dugout.
It was his first home run this year, and first home run in quite a while.
Marlon Anderson on deck. He was taking extra BP today. He's in a funk right now. He's been one of the better pinch hitters in the National League last few years.
Yeah, he's one behind Mark Sweeney since '04. He's got 71 pinch hits. Sweeney has 72, but I was talking to Marlin. He said spent a little time on the disabled list, and that kind of he got off to a slow start, and then that set him behind. But
so they've got the pitcher spot due up next, and Anderson
pinch hitter
and a pinch hit. Okay.
Easy, Tiger.
1 ball to 2 strikes. Just having some fun, Al.
I know you are.
Just having some fun. 1-2 pitch. Reyes is a guy that is filled in and done a very nice job for the Mets. Valentin was here for a number of years, and Castillo is a guy that they have relied on the last couple of seasons. There was even talk that David Eckstein would sign here in New York and then move to second base.
They asked him about that, and he was not opposed to it.
Fans below us are booing because security has taken away a beach ball. You get booed for a lot, don't you, here in New York? But if you produce,
doesn't take much.
They love you. Two and 2 the count. The next to Reyes. A foul tip. No, he swung and missed. Race to the bag at first, and Molina puts him away. Strikeout, first of the night for Russ Springer.
Beach ball out here, and then the security guy. Oh, right off his forehead.
Misplayed it.
Got to let him have another shot at it.
Absolutely, Al.
For that. There's Marlon Anderson. Talking to Marlon, he's really just trying to gear his mindset for the last 2 months. And I said, that's it. You know, one key pinch hit someplace. That's all people are going to remember.
Big breaking ball that time by Russ Springer. We got to the ballpark, and Anderson was taking his extra BP. Working with Howard Johnson. Marlin had a solid season that year with the Cardinals. They tear up that one.
Ooh, vicious.
There's the fastball. This is up and in.
Leads the Mets with his 8 pinch hits this season.
He had an 0 for 25 skid at one point.
That doesn't help when they're not getting a lot of bats. And
here's a 1-1. A strike. So Springer could put him away here.
It's a .282 career pinch hitter. 82 for .291. It's a nice average.
1-2 pitch. Anderson, a base hit. He had to go down and get it. That breaking ball.
He's tied with Mark Sweeney for the most pinch hits since 2004.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Here's Reyes. He is homered. Couple of doubles and a home run. He's also struck out. That was against Malone. Big breaking ball again from Springer and strike. Rally caps are on for the Mets faithful here at Shea.
Milwaukee's taking a 5-4 lead against Houston. Move into first place with a victory tonight.
Chicago's they're in a little bit of a rut right now.
Understood when they were having trouble on the road, but a rarity to lose back-to-back home games.
I think they've only done that twice this year. 0-1 pitch. Another curveball. Pujols will take it himself. The Mets strand their 9th runner of this ball game. And Keel, Gloss, Molina coming up. Game recap brought to you by Jack in the Box, 8-7 Cardinals. A lot of hits in this ball game. 13 for St. Louis. On the other side, the Mets with 12. Delgado, couple of home runs. Reyes has gone deep. Schumacher 4 for 5. Pujols 3 hits. Top of the 8th rolls in. It's our Jack in the Box recap. Here's Dwayner Sanchez. You saw him last night, and he really struggled. So Jerry Manuel puts him right back into the fire, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's been very reliable for Jerry. He's unscored upon in 36 of his 43 appearances. He hadn't even allowed a hit in 24 of those 44. He's got 15 holds, and batting average against lefties is 205.
Ricky Ankiel, first pitch, takes a ball. Go ahead, Al.
To say, remember, Sanchez was involved in that taxi accident where he broke his shoulder and didn't pitch last year.
That's right.
Only ballpark, I believe it was in Miami, and
correct.
Involved in an automobile accident, and that's a tough way to get sidelined, isn't it?
Oh yeah. 2-1 on Ankiel, who singled with the bases loaded in the first. Picked up his 59th RBI. He's been hit by a pitch. He's struck out and also grounded out. Good to see Pujols back and swinging the bat well tonight. Here's a 2-1 pitch. And this one is popped up. Wright will give it a look, but it's out of play.
He extended his hitting streak this evening to 9 games for the first time up with an RBI single.
Two and two. This game was started by Brandon Knight. Ankiel, base hit, extra bases upcoming. Into the corner it goes. Ankiel is on his way to second base. A stand-up double to start play here in the 8th. Boy, he has been hot.
Just turn on that pitch just inside the bag down in the corner. And it took a little while for Chavez to dig it out, so he's sitting out there at second for Troy Glaus. Can't trade places with him.
The way things have gone, some more runs would be nice, to say the least.
Even if they don't need it or not need it.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Troy Glaus. At least get Ankiel over to third, if not drive him in. Glaus walked with the bases loaded in the first. He struck out, grounded out to third, and singled and picked up an RBI off of Smith. Sanchez, the 5th pitcher used by the Mets tonight. Sure, we'll see Tony La Russa go to his bullpen. Inning in a third thus far for Springer. More times than not, you just don't see Springer go that long.
No. McClellan is warming up, so you'd think it would be the 8th inning, and Ryan Franklin for the 9th. The Cardinals have banged out 8 hits or 8 runs today. It would be enough.
But that move by Sanchez
really looked like he was going to spin backwards and throw to second base, and Troy Glaus almost gave up on the pitch, almost started to step out.
And Ankiel started going back to second.
He needed to.
Louis Tiant out there. 2-2 pitch. Big strikeout for Sanchez. Took something off it looked like, Al.
Yeah, he did. He took slider, breaking ball, but that was a lot tighter and slower than earlier ones.
As we told you earlier tonight, the Cardinals received good news of Carpenter. Had his usual soreness after his start, but everything goes well tomorrow in a side session. He will pitch Wednesday night against the Braves. Wainwright threw curveballs tonight and felt good. Better not get hurt doing that.
Veteran move. Here to watch for the bounce.
Troy Tulowitzki not so much. Slammed his bat, and in doing so it shattered, and he had a hand injury. Had to go on the DL because of it.
Took about 16 stitches, palm of his hand.
The 2-0 to Molina, tapped foul.
It's his second stint on the disabled list, but he's back playing again now.
Initially, when he came back, he was hitting over 500.
He was kind of a little bit embarrassed.
Here's a 2-1 pitch to Molina. 2-2. Cardinals bullpen was given a 1-run lead at one point, trying to get the final 9 outs of this game. Cardinals led at 1.85. It's now 8-7. The 2-2. 3-2. Miles on deck. Win this game and you've got your best this season going tomorrow. And Kyle Loge told me yesterday he anticipated that he would be a Met this last offseason. So that's a little extra motivation. Plus you're going against one of the game's best in Santana. A double by Ankiel as the Cardinals 14th hit tonight. Molina is on base for the second time. He's got a couple of RBIs tonight. And now it's Aaron Miles. Joe Mather has moved to the on-deck circle.
Not Looper.
Joe Mather's at the on-deck circle.
Aaron picked up a couple base hits and RBIs in doing so. He's also walked. Average up to 328 now.
First pitch, little inside. Miles with 253 plate appearances on the year. And that's inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Remember Sanchez, Al came in late last night, that big lead, and did not look comfortable at all. The 2-0 pitch. And Miles skies one towards center field. And Keel back to the bag at second. 2 away.
That's what Mather can do. He's had a pinch hit home run this year.
With that pinch hit home run, and then the next day he was sent down.
Hit it too good.
Mather's first home run came in Washington, game that the Cardinals eventually lost because of Elijah Dukes and a walk-off homer. 2 outs, 2 on, 8-7 St. Louis. And Mather pops it up. On the infield, Reyes, the second baseman, takes it. Cardinals strand 2. They've stranded 12 on the night. Chavez, Wright, Delgado coming up. Kyle McClellan is into the ball game for St. Louis. 8-7. Cardinals lead it by a run here in the bottom of the 8th. Carlos Delgado, another big night.
Last night he hit a home run off the box, ball out over the plate, got his arms extended, hit his 20th home run. A little bit better here tonight. On your left, he hits a home run in the 3rd inning. And on your right, but both of these are down where he gets his arms extended. His 45th multi-home run game of his career. Kyle McClellan is coming into this one. He was victimized by a 2-run home run in the 9th on Tuesday night and suffered his 5th loss. But he's had a remarkable season. Leads the staff with his 51st appearance. He's got 24 holds.
There's Chavez, and he looks at a ball. Endy Chavez, a triple RBI in the 1st. And the next 3 times up, he grounded back to the pitcher. That pitch at 92 from Kyle McClellan. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cardinals coming off a series of gut-wrenching losses. Need this win tonight. Chavez, leadoff base hit.
Pitch out away from him, just almost throwing the bat and getting rewarded with the leadoff single. And coming right to the heart of the order right now. David Wright, then Delgado, Beltran.
And McClellan, for whatever reason, righties have hit him much better than the lefties this year.
And nearly 300 average against right-handed batters, and under 200 or thereabouts against the lefties. And that pressure leading that leadoff man with a guy with good speed.
Wright with an RBI tonight and a run scored. He's got 19 home runs. He represents the go-ahead run, the tying run at first base, and Chavez and his good speed. First pitch went around, and that's strike 1. Delgado on deck. This is a Mets team that has averaged better than 6 runs a game in their last 21. And here at Shea Stadium, their last 11 games, they are 10-1. Will they test Molina? He's not running, and the pitch is hit down the left field line, and it's foul. He was ready for it, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. David Wright, those 80 RBIs among leaders, and guy in his brief career just really geared up for dramatic situations. Now 0-2. Curveball. Time called. Curveball again.
The 0-2. Bounced in the dirt. Molina can't do anything with it. Chavez in scoring position.
He'll afford a wild pitch. A 55-footer trying to overthrow it. Bounces there. Separation, and Endy Chavez, good speed. Sees that he can get on to second base, and a lot more pressure on McClellan in the defense now.
This place is ready to erupt.
Good RBI men, just relax and know the pressure's not on them.
1-2 pitch to David Wright. He struck him out. That was huge.
Now reach back right there. Having to chase a pitch up in the zone, and frequently that'll produce a swing and miss or pop up.
Here's Delgado. 2 home runs tonight, 22 on the year.
Came in batting nearly 400 for an extended period of time. Earlier in the season, people were predicting that his career was finished. And now all they do is paying homage to him.
Chavez, great speed out at second base. Base hit, you would figure, would tie it up. Outfield is very deep for Carlos Delgado.
All the shifts they were putting on with Delgado earlier, and now Las over towards third base. Izturis trying to keep runner at second close, and Kyle wants to talk to Molina.
First pitch to Delgado. Oof, he was right on it.
Down the inner part of the plate and challenged him, and with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, and he was equal to it. Now only 23 years of age, but he's grown up right before our eyes.
The 0-1. Breaking ball, check swing. Did he go? Yes. Strike two on Delgado.
Curveball there that fooled him.
McClellan, 51 appearances, as Al told you. Has earned a hold in 24 of his 50 games prior to tonight. 0-2. And he got him. A swing and a miss by Delgado. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Kyle McClellan.
Nasty, nasty breaking ball right there. The curveball. Good a yellow hammer, as you see. Rivals pitches that Wainwright threw to Beltran.
And here he is, Carlos Beltran, on base 3 times tonight. Pair of walks. A single, a run scored. He's also flied to center. What a ball game here tonight at Shea Stadium. Cardinals trying to hold on. Tying run at second base. A potential winning run at the plate. First pitch upstairs. Inning started with Chavez, a base hit to left. Ball scooted away from Molina on a good block. He advanced to second. Back-to-back strikeouts of Wright and Delgado. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Delgado was 292 with runners in scoring position in his career. Beltran even better, 306.
The 1-1 breaking ball in there for a strike. Well, that breaking ball right now is just flat out nasty. McClellan steps off the rubber. Well, what do you go with here on 1 and 2?
Trying to get him chase a pitch away.
Here it comes. Beltran. A swing and a miss. Kyle McClellan strikes out the side. Wright, Delgado, and Beltran all strike out against Kyle McClellan. He keeps it 8-7 in favor of St. Louis. Cardinals baseball on FSN Midwest from Shea Stadium is brought to you by Smooth Bush Beer and Easy Drinking Bush Light. By Chevrolet, see for yourself, shop and compare at STLchevy.com. And by Sonic, it's not just good, it's Sonic good. 50,000 plus here tonight at Shea Stadium. And the Cardinals trying to hold on. It's 8-7 as Kyle McClellan strikes out the side. Wow, what a job by Kyle to get Wright, Delgado, and Beltran.
Great pitching right there, and gave up the slap base hit and then the wild pitch put him in scoring position before he knuckled down and pitched some of the best baseball we've seen all season long.
And Al, he's got a very good curveball, but it hasn't been as sharp as we've seen tonight. Those were
well, I mean, I think it's just, you know, all the appearances wearing down a little bit, but you know, he had a couple days off. Kyle pitched on Thursday, and he came out there sharp. Schoenweis has been really pitching well of late, and he's very tough on lefties, but
Izturis up the middle and a base hit. His first hit tonight. All right, let me ask you this question. Would you be tempted after what you just saw to throw McClellan in the ninth?
Be tempted, but no. Got to go with you. You go with, you know, people are saying that, you know, they're questioning whether Tony has a, you know, people know their roles. That's ridiculous. They know their roles down there. Franklin is going to be your closer, unless, you know, it's a situation where they know beforehand that he needs a day off. Kyle's kind of accepted that eighth inning.
Schumacher trying to bunt, a sacrifice here. They get through the tough part of the order when you consider Wright, Delgado, and Beltran. It'll be Tatis, Cancel, and then Reyes. They've already used Evans and Anderson off the bench.
Sometimes, you know, that eighth inning man faces a much more difficult task than your closer coming in.
Short lead by Izturis. Schoenweis delivers to Schumacher, who bunts it, and the sacrifice will be good. It's a big run out there at second base. The batter will be Ludwig. Ludwig has been on base 3 times with a single, a walk, and a hit by pitch. Pujols on deck. Jerry Manuel using his 6th pitcher of the night.
Milwaukee does hold on and defeat Houston 6-4.
So both the Cardinals and the Brewers could gain ground. Of course, Milwaukee would move into first place with Chicago. The Cardinals would move to 3 games out.
Can go out there third. Second baseman Reyes trying to keep his Izturis close.
And that misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. The 2-0. 3-0.
Schoenweis hasn't permitted a run his last 8 innings. That's 9 innings and unscored upon in 17 of his last 19.
Here's a 3-0 pitch, and he walked him. Well, you are asking for trouble now. Brings in Pujols with 2 runners on. You just get the feeling, Al, this is a big at bat right now in this game. Huge.
Doubted. Cardinals have 15 hits. They've been hit twice in this game, and now that's their 5th walk. They've stranded 12.
We talked about it at the start of this series. Concern for Jerry Manuel and his club, the bullpen. Same for Tony La Russa. Not many teams out there satisfied with their bullpen. Seems like everybody looking for bullpen help as Pujols taps one foul. Pujols 3 base hits tonight. A couple of runs scored and an RBI. That RBI is 57th.
hitting .441 against left-handed pitching this year.
Did not go. 1-1. Strike zone a little bit tight here in this ninth inning for the Cardinals' benefit. Franklin has been getting loose in the Cardinal bullpen. No activity for the Mets.
Had Wagner up in case they would have tied it or taken the lead.
They've got two available right now down there. Heilman and Wagner. First and second. Here comes a 2-1 pitch to Pujols. Could be a double play. Reyes to second, on to first, double play. Double play. Sends us to the bottom of the ninth. Can they hold on? We're about to find out.
Welcome back to Flushing, New York. After the game, it's U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live, and we're going to talk about the trade of Anthony Reyes, as well as Chris Carpenter, Adam Wainwright. We'll talk Joel Pinheiro from tonight. Great work by Kyle McClellan. A little bit of everything. U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live after the game, guys.
So here we go. Ninth inning, Ryan Franklin. 8-7, St. Louis trying to snap this losing streak. Last time we saw Franklin, it was Thursday night. Fan 3 in an inning and 2/3, but suffered his fourth loss. Ryan Braun, a 2-run shot in the ninth.
So the Roos was talking to me about a little bit of the situation. Feels like Ryan Franklin's such a good guy and a good teammate. And with Izzy kind of coming back here, he's kind of lost a little of his focus. Kind of feeling like, you know, should I be getting these save opportunities? Should it be Isringhausen? And try to keep him just like, hey, man, just putting you out there in the ninth inning, you do your job.
35-year-old will face Fernando Tatis. He's walked, he has singled, he has doubled. Troy Gloss, you talk about guard the line, he's there.
Nothing's going to get to his right.
Opens up a big gap between Gloss and Izturis. Outfield very deep for Fernando Tatis. Strike two. That one at 92 miles an hour. What is going through the mind of Tony La Russa right now?
1, 2, 3.
He's hoping. The 0-2. Oh, just missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Came down and away. Didn't get the call.
Two and two.
Just missing again.
Cancel is on deck, and then we'll see Argenis Reyes. Everything's been a fastball this far.
He's had quite the bite on his slider.
Once it low and away. Tatis fouls it back. Two and two. Out to center and Keel back near the wall. He leaps. Did he get it? No. Over the wall. Home run. Tatis. We're tied. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And Franklin threw all fastballs in the at bat. Last one 94, but Major League hitters seeing all fastballs eventually timed it. Just had enough to get over the wall and tie this game at 8-all.
Unbelievable. Oh, goodness. How close was he?
Middle half in. Ankiel looked like he jumped. He didn't get near the wall. He just tried to race back, and Glove got over it and beyond his reach.
Tony couldn't believe it in the dugout. Here's a 1-1 pitch. His years of managing, this has to be unquestionably one of the toughest weeks in his career. Gut-wrenching moments, blown saves, his reaction to the home run. Breaking ball and a strike.
8th home run allowed by Franklin. 48 in the 3rd innings. And a lot of them have come of late.
Tatis with his 6th home run. Just how close was he?
You see, he never got all the way back to the wall.
Oh.
And just, if he would have gotten,
yep.
And I'm not saying that he misplayed it. He just was trying to get back as quick as he could. Had to jump, but one more step, he brings that one back.
Ankiel will lead off for the Cardinals if we get to the 10th.
Came in easily. Pinch hit now.
I'm sure you haven't seen many weeks like this.
No, I have not. Well, Dan, that's the beauty. If you watch enough baseball, you'll see a little of everything.
Yeah.
Some are good, some are painful.
One ball, one strike on Easley. That's a little low.
Well, Wagner warming up, so the Cardinals are going to have to do it against the kid.
Into center. And Ankiel is there. Home run by Tatis. Extra innings coming up. Let's take a look at tonight's Budweiser Player of the Game. Budweiser, the great American lager. And we'll turn it over to Cal McClellan. At the time, what a job he did. This is in the 8th inning. Leadoff base hit to Chavez, and then he strikes out Wright, Delgado, and Beltran.
It was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Man.
Billy Wagner comes in here trying to retire the Cardinals, get his teammates back on offense. What a career he's had. 384 saves, 9 straight 20-save seasons, and 11 total.
Rick Ankiel leads it off. He has doubled tonight, also hit by a pitch and singled. We're in the 10th. First pitch to Rick is taken outside at 95. Extra inning games this season. Cardinals 4-9. The Mets 8-4. I mean, what else can you say? This is just as tough as it gets this last week or so. One ball, one strike. Ankiel breaks his bat but lines out. Top of the lineup due up for the Mets. Reyes, Chavez, and Wright. Here's Troy Gloss.
I'm sure Franklin will go back out.
Still have Thompson there, and Flores and Jimenez. Used Thompson last night. Jimenez should be fresh and available. Randy was used. Man, oh man.
Still got 2 pinch hitters.
Brendan Ryan and Jason LaRue.
3 arms available, where the Mets are down to Heidelman after Billy Wagner.
There's a 1-0 pitch to Gloss. 2 balls, no strikes with 1 out and nobody on. The Cardinals leading after 8 innings. They're now 47-5. Gloss on the button, hit to short.
Caught that rocket. He did everything he could to make sure to get out of the way. Didn't go through his chest.
May have been knuckling on him too.
Yep, could have been knuckling, but it was a rocket hit right at him, and I think he's even getting booed in this at bat.
Two outs. Molina.
Like to see him hit his 5th home run. Billy Wagner again. Do his center of the ball. Let his velocity take care of the distance.
And he thought he would be put on the DL at the beginning of the week. Grounder, Reyes to his left. Nice play. Delgado will tag out Molina. Cardinals go in order. Reyes leads it off. When we come back. Back at Shea Stadium in New York. 8-8. First inning for Reyes. There's the double to the gap in left center. Then in the second, he would do it again. Another double. He wasn't done there. And the 4th. His 12th home run. An electrifying player. Jose Reyes. Endy Chavez. David Wright. here in this inning for the Mets. You got to wonder about the confidence right now of Ryan Franklin. He has had a tough week. The bullpen has, the Cardinals have, the fans have.
Not showing any outward.
Reyes leadoff hit.
Showing the crack in the armor as he's up there.
Jose Reyes, fourth base hit. Remember, he's got 34 steals. He's been caught 10 times. The thing with Chavez, you know, he can be sacrificing. It turns into a hit with his speed.
Absolutely. Franklin has weapons to retire left-handed batters. Tony La Russa out to talk to him. He wants to impart some words, and get Ryan to dig down deep. Talk about the situation with the infield, because as you said, Indy Chavez's speed puts a lot of pressure. Reyes and Chavez, a lot of pressure on that defense.
L.
Yes, sir.
Oof. Reyes hit first, represents the winning run for New York. 8-8 here in the bottom of the 10th. Loss playing way in, anticipating the bunt. Franklin goes to second, out there, and they get the lead man.
A little bobble with this tourist, but second base umpire Jeff.
Let's see if he did bobble. I think he might be right, Al.
Oh, he did bobble it, but Sam Holbrook. See?
Oh, he's safe.
Sam Holbrook right there, but it gives the Cardinals the call. I think Franklin very quick, pounced on that ball, got strike to his Turris, and we won't talk about the bobble.
Oof. Big out there, and here's David Wright. Wright struck out last time up. Chavez, of course, a threat to steal as well. He's got 5 on the year. I think it would be more than that with his speed.
Well, you know, having speed and having the ability to steal bases put him in the category with great speed, but not an accomplished base stealer. You've seen Franklin, very quick feet, keeps that runner close. I think Jerry Manuel's very content to let the middle of his order just have their way. And with his speed, he's almost in scoring position, standing at first. How incredible is David Wright in extra innings? His career average is .392 in extra innings.
The Mets are down to Heilman in their bullpen. That's it. Cardinals still have Thompson, Jimenez, and Flores available. On their bench, they've got Schneider and Castro. Cardinals on their bench have LaRue and Ryan. 15 hits aside in a game that has gone back and forth. It's 8-8. Wright past his choice. Chavez now in scoring position at second base, and look who's stepping in. Carlos Delgado.
Hooks this ball under the dive of his Turris.
Delgado could be the hero tonight. He has homered twice.
3 RBIs tonight. Just one of the best all-time home run hitters, RBI men.
Against Franklin, great numbers, 5 for 13. A .385 average. A home run, if you're just joining us, by Fernando Tatis. Tied it up just over the wall in center. Another long visit. Home plate umpire will break it up. Game on the line here. First and second for Delgado. He's the kind of guy, though, that hits it so hard, could hit into a double play.
Absolutely. It's your mindset, but going to keep the ball down to get a ground ball. He's also a low ball hitter, and we've seen him hit 2 low pitches out of the ballpark tonight.
First pitch to Delgado. Taken for a strike. You go back to the 8th inning, and the remarkable job done by McClellan. He struck out Wright, Delgado, and Beltran. Consecutive strikeouts to send us to the 9th with a 1-run lead. Here's the 0-1. Son of the crowd here at Shea on their feet. 50,000 plus on this Saturday night here in New York. Chavez, the winning run at second base. The 1-1 to Delgado. 2 strikes. Showed you earlier that highlight clip. Pitch last night was up to Delgado. Tonight, the 2 home runs down and in, 3 in this series already. He's swinging one of the hottest bats in all of baseball. One-two pitch. Way late with that swing, but stays alive.
Fastball there, the up and in, tied him up a little bit after the splitter or changeup.
Beltran on deck. Will we see him? One-two to Delgado. Down the right field line, foul.
Chavez's speed out at second base, almost with any base hit to the outfield. Would take an exceptional throw to have a play at the plate.
One-two pitch again from Ryan Franklin to Delgado. Grounder back to Franklin. To second, out there, over to first, double play. Sends us to the 11th. Well, Franklin gets the double play. 8-8 game. There's a look at Joe Patini, the Cardinals bench coach, and a better look now at Franklin. What a week this has been, but Delgado grounds into the double play. 1-6-3. The Mets have stranded 11 tonight. So here is Miles against Billy Wagner, his second inning of work. And Aaron fouls it back right below us. Miles, Brendan Ryan is at the on-deck circle. And then Izturis, the bottom of this lineup for the Cardinals. Aaron has been on base 3 times, a walk, a single, and a double. And he hits that one out of play. Miles does have 3 home runs on the year.
Hard to strike out, so he's usually going to put the ball in play.
The 1-2 pitch. 2-2. See a closer here going 2 innings, and that's something that Goose Gossage and yourself, you do it all the time.
Well, even Billy's got 35 career 4 or more save outs. So there are occasions when you have to do it.
Billy's not afraid to speak his mind either.
No, and he's earned that right with what he's accomplished on the diamond.
2-2. 8-8 ball game. And Miles hits it out of play. Again, if you're just joining us, the Cardinals had a 1-run lead again going into the 9th, and a leadoff home run by Fernando Tatis tied it up. That was off of Ryan Franklin.
Franklin got 6 outs after that to keep this one a tie game. And pressure pitching.
Outfield very shallow. Here comes a 2-2 pitch to Miles. High fly ball. Shallow right. Chavez there. Brendan Ryan will be the pinch hitter, so the Cardinals are left with Jason LaRue on their bench.
Your attention, please.
As you noted, Al, it's just the bite on some of the pitches from Franklin just have not been there.
Right. I mean, get into a stage where you get a little worn out and you lose the crispness or the late bite to the slider at times.
First pitch to Brendan Ryan.
Fastball kind of straightens out, doesn't have a lot of movement on it.
Showing bunt. Takes a strike. Does that a lot.
I'd rather see him hit a home run.
Which he did last year. It was a big home run. First ever in the big leagues.
Struggling with his limited playing time.
Hit to short. Reyes. 2 outs.
Thinking maybe Jimenez warming up.
Izturis is 1 for 5 tonight. He's popped out to short, grounded out to second, struck out, and also grounded out to first. And the first pitch at 95 from Billy Wagner. Izturis with 1 home run this year. Big gap in left center. Strike 2. He's going right at him. Not messing around here with Izturis.
He was 0 for 14 before getting the base hit back in the 9th inning. Crowd back into it on the 0-2 count.
A breaking ball, line to short. Beltran coming up. 8-8. 8-8, bottom of 11. And the new pitcher is coming, Jimenez. Cardinals have left in their bullpen Randy Flores and Brad Thompson. Jimenez, his 8th appearance.
Jimenez blanked the Padres for 2 innings on Sunday and had an inning of 2/3 scoreless pitched on Monday versus Milwaukee. His last 2 times out been some of the best baseball we've seen him pitch at the major league level. Game the closer at Memphis. Posted team leading 11 saves, including saves in each of his last 9 appearances. He's come up here much more confident this time and pitching better.
First pitch, a strike at the knees to Carlos Beltran.
Heidelman will come out of the pen. That'll be their last available reliever.
Big Cardinal fan Dan Bellman watching tonight on FSN Midwest. The 1-1 pitch. Beltran looks at a strike, 1-2. These have been gut-wrenching games, no doubt. In the air, left field. Over to get it, Schumacher. Big out there in Beltran. Here's Tatis. He tied it up.
3 hits in the night and a walk. Just snuck over the center field wall. But 9th inning, Franklin, first man he faces is Tatis, sends it deep into center field. Ankiel races back, but didn't get quite back there and still had 1 step to get to before he jumped. And if he could have had that 1 step more, I think he would have been able to catch that ball and pull it back.
Boy, Tatis has been quite a find for the Mets this year. He's really produced for them.
He really has. You know, they say he's played all over the diamond. He's done a very, very nice job. Sandy Alomar Sr. was telling me he's even making our emergency catcher. That's what they're down to, is 2 catchers available to Manuel on the bench.
3-0.
You might have to pitch.
Turn him loose on 3-0 here.
Same thing. You just, you know, you ask him to be disciplined enough, and you get a pitch that you like. You can drive it. You get it out.
Walked him. So again, the Mets will have the winning run on base.
Frank Snyder, their normal everyday catcher, will get the pinch hit assignment.
We're down to Castro on their bench. Cardinals down to LaRue on their bench. Mets have Heilman left. As you said, he's throwing. And that's it. That's all they've got left. Cardinals with Flores and Thompson available in their bullpen. Big gap between Gloss and Izturis. Gloss is playing near the line, and Izturis is close to the bag at second. Big gap in left center. It's now 6 straight balls thrown by Jimenez. 2-0 on Schneider. Just 2 home runs this year for Brian Schneider. Hitting .248 on the season. The 2-0. Good pitch. 2-1.
Slider and
chased the ball, looked like.
change up or something, but
fastball. 2-0. He was sitting on a fastball,
but not good recognition.
Got it, those strikes.
12 pitches, 8 of them are balls. That Tatis is 3 for 3 in stolen bases over there, but got the neutralizer and Molina back behind the plate.
Runner goes on 3-1. It's slapped and foul. That gets by Gloss, and it's fair. Who knows what may happen with Tatis? He was off of the pitch.
Yeah, but Gloss guarding the line a little bit, and he catches that as a line drive. It's a double play with the runner moving. Cardinals had their best outfield arms.
Tatis, pretty big lead over at first base. Oh, did they get him? No. Almost. Almost picked off Tatis.
Juan Kenobi. Oberfeld. You see he was going to be moving. Close. Got back under the tag.
Now he's running. Bad jump. Fouled back. Sure, Jimenez thought he had him.
Got the ball over there in a hurry as he unloads it on the pickoff attempt, and disappointed. Strike him out, throw him out.
Three-two pitch. There goes Tatis. He walked him. Back-to-back walks. Reyes could be a hero here.
Albert over to remind him, just hey, gonna make one pitch, get a ground ball, get two, we'll get you out of this.
Franklin got the double play off the bat of Carlos Delgado. Descendis to the 11th. Cardinals, if we can get to the 12th, we'll have the top of the lineup coming up, and that means Pujols. Reyes looks at a ball. And Jimenez is not throwing strikes.
In 16 pitches, only 6 have been strikes. Castro on deck.
That's low. 2-0.
They're ducking out to talk to him.
Well, Al, you got to throw strikes. Bottom line.
I've heard that.
Back-to-back walks.
Very true.
Falls behind. 2 balls and no strikes here.
Sometimes that hitter just sit there and knows the pitch coach went out there. Don't try and be too fine. So hitter tells himself, I won't be too fine either. I just look for a pitch belt high that I can drive. More than likely, probably going to get a fastball. He didn't have to swing either.
2-0 pitch. Reyes chops it to the right side. Tough play here. Pujols is there, and so is Jimenez. And a range to his right. Pujols had to range a far way.
High chopper over there, and you see Albert going way over there, taking the ball right out of Miles' glove.
So now it's Castro. He could be the hero. Jerry Manuel has used all of his bench. And soon, if we head to a 12th inning, he will have used every pitcher in his bullpen. Castro, 289 hitter. 5 home runs, 18 driven in. First pitch to him. Back at Jimenez. He will underhand it to Pujols. The Mets have stranded 13. 8-8 as we head to the 12th. Right-hander Aaron Heilman is into the ballgame for the Mets. 8-8. Mets have now out-hit the Cardinals 16-15. We're in the top of the 12th. Has yielded 7 runs in his last 28 appearances. A .64 ERA in June. The guy that Jerry Manuel has gone to a bunch this year. Top of the lineup for the Cardinals. Schumacher, Ludwig, and Pujols.
Very difficult on right-handed batters, but the one that surrendered that famous home run to Molina. And that's in the forecast.
Schumacher has 6 home runs. How about number 7 right here? Hits very well, as we've noted, against right-handed pitching. First pitch is a ball outside. Jerry Manuel is through with his bench and through with his bullpen. One-0 pitch. Cardinals have LaRue left. Flores and Thompson. Skip a 4-hit night. He has struck out and also sacrificed. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Gets out of that inning. See how long he's able to go.
Here's a 1-2. Schumacher, a leadoff base hit.
5-hit game for Skip. Down away. Good piece of hitting, just slicing it to the opposite field for his 5th hit.
Do you bunt here with Ludwig? Or let him swing away? Try to drive him in. Put it over the wall. Saw him bunt against CC Sabathia the other night.
And swing away.
Pujols on deck. And that's a strike to Ludwig.
One previous at bat between Heidelman and 0 for 1 and a sac fly.
Top three in this lineup have been on base 12 times. Schumacher, Ludwig, and Pujols. Ludwig's been hit by a pitch, scored, singled in the 6th and scored, and then walks in the 7th and the 9th. Pujols is on deck.
And batter's only batting 194. Hedelman.
Ludwig with 23 home runs this year. 70 RBIs. And finally comes set. 0-2 to Ludwig. Here it comes.
Ooh. Just outside with a slider. Snyder stays in this game. You see him out there.
Ludwig is swinging and a miss. Blew it by him at 91. Here's Albert. He's had a 3-hit night. He's also struck out, flied out, and hit into a double play. 3 for 6.
Still looking for his first home run since July the 4th. Couldn't think of a better time.
2 for 7 against Heilmann.
Will the West Coast games be over before this one?
Pujols hits it into left field for a base hit. 4-hit night for Albert. And Schumacher now is in scoring position.
Albert looks like he's much more comfortable centering the ball. 4 hits and scored a couple runs, picked up his 57th RBI. Who's going to drive him in?
Runners at first and second for Rick Ankiel. Cardinals turned a key double play back in the 10th off the bat of Delgado. The Mets will have the top of their lineup coming up in the bottom of the 12th. Reyes, Chavez, and David Wright. Strike. And Keel on the way back in the first had a bases loaded single. Picked up his 59th RBI. He's also doubled tonight. Was hit by a pitch.
7 home runs, 21 RBIs this month. He's got 10 game-winning hits. That's tied for 5th in the National League. '18 go-ahead RBIs, tied for 7th in the National League. Get my drift?
Heilmann steps off the rubber. 2 balls and 1 strike. '45th and final season here at Shea. Our final telecast from this ballpark on FSN. Here's a 2-1. And Keel slowly hits it to the right side. Reyes underhands to Delgado. And let's see if Troy Glaus can be a hero tonight. 1 for 5.
Couple RBIs.
Heilmann wants to visit with Schneider.
Barthen, pitching coach, got to talk now. Corner infielders. Got first base open. Molina on deck.
One pitch. Strike 2 and loss.
Quite a bit of crowd left in here. Still have energy left to be on their feet.
The 0-2 to Troy. High fly ball into center. Beltran gets under it, makes the catch. Top of the lineup for the Mets coming up. Reyes, Chavez, and Wright. Second inning of work for Kelvin Jimenez. 8-8 game here in the bottom of the 12th at Shea Stadium. And Jose Reyes will lead it off.
Jimenez can have a little better command and get ahead in the count. He's thrown 19 pitches the first inning. Only 8 were strikes. He walked 2, but he escaped.
First pitch taken for a ball. He walked to Tatis and then Schneider. Then got a couple of ground ball outs. Reyes, 4 hits on the night.
Taking all the way until he got the first strike.
Here's a 2-1. Jimenez steps off the mound, tries to collect himself, as you talked about, Al. 2 walks last inning, and you want Reyes to earn his way on, not walking, to say the least. That's a strike. 3-2.
A good pitch right there, but when you're not throwing strikes, you don't always get that borderline pitch.
Reyes lines it into left, and Schumacher comes up with a dazzling play.
Gutsy play right there by Schu, because that ball gets by him. Reyes probably circles the bases, so Tony appreciates that. Jimenez got to appreciate it. Clutch, sinking line drive, take it right off the shoe tops and hold on to it.
Boy, that's a great play.
That was a great play under extreme pressure, and so the speed of Reyes, you know, you could make a mistake and it's all over.
There's Chavez.
Again.
Seems like he's falling behind on just about every hitter. Two-one pitch, hit out of play.
Barely awake. Still cheering on our Mets.
Tough play for Izturis. And out! He got him. Here comes Jerry Manuel.
I don't think Izturis had any chance.
Manuel's fourth season with the Mets.
Jumps for it. That's why you say it, didn't it? Better look right here. Safe. By quite a bit.
You know, Cardinals now have gotten a couple of breaks. It was that bobble by Izturis and a forced play at second. Here's David Wright, and then that one right there with Chavez.
Izturis kind of circled around it to get something behind the throw.
Here's a 1-0 to Wright. How long can you stick with Jimenez if you get through this inning? 1-1 pitch.
I could just keep on going.
Yep. Cardinals have Molina ready to lead it off in the 13th. 2-1. Good pitch. 2-2.
Pitches. They show a little better now. 18 balls, 16 strikes. Ooh. Got away.
For 52, his career in extra innings. Always a threat. The long ball with 19 home runs.
Like 30, like 25 innings here one night, Dan. I don't think we'd be able to do that. There's not enough players for this evening.
3-2. A walk.
Here comes Delgado again. Another visit by Molina.
Delgado came up with runners at first and second back in the 10th and grounded into a double play against Franklin. He's 2 for 6, a pair of home runs. Solo shot in the 3rd and a 2-run homer in the 6th. Wright is the winning run standing at first. Outfield is deep. First pitch, a strike.
always think about, sliders from Jimenez, but he's made some good pitches with a changeup tonight.
5 career walk-offs.
I think it'd be more than that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
452 home runs.
He's got 8 home runs in his career against the Cardinals, 23 RBIs.
So 3 in the last 2 days.
Hit 1 back in St. Louis. Delgado pops it up. Pitch that was down too. Home runs tonight have been pitches that have been down.
Swinging the bat like he is. It really doesn't matter. Get anything where he gets those arms extended. Still tie him up and in. Seeing the ball well enough, not chasing too many pitches off the plate.
1-2 pitch. Delgado pulls it foul. How did he hit that?
With the bat?
I got that part, Al, but that swing.
Just up and away and just got on top of it. Hooked it.
Cardinals with 17 hits tonight. The Mets with 16. It's been back and forth all night. Back in the first, the Cardinals had a 4-run lead. Everything's a final in the National League with the exception of Arizona and San Francisco and Washington and the Dodgers. Arizona leads 5-3 over the San Francisco Giants. Dodgers blanking Washington 6-0. That's in the 6th. One-two pitch.
It's a changeup that's on about where he's made some good pitches with it. Florida trying to win this game to stay 2 ahead of Florida. Excuse me, New York trying to win this game, stay 2 ahead of Florida and Philadelphia. Cardinals trying to pick up a game.
Here's a 1-2. Bounced, and Molina nicely done to keep it in front. Two gentlemen there that are good players from Puerto Rico, Yadier Molina and Carlos Delgado. Two balls, 2 strikes. Beltran on deck.
It's a tough now because now you threw it to a running count. 2 outs. Wright's going to be going on the pitch and
puts one in the gap and who knows.
That's it. One of the things you must avoid.
(3-2). There goes Wright. And a walk. So again, the Mets will have the winning run in scoring position.
4 walks by Jimenez. That's the 7th walk that the Mets have received tonight to go with their 16 hits. Mets have stranded 13. They have 2 out there. Cardinals have stranded 15.
2 outs, 2 on. Beltran looks at a ball in. Beltran pops it up. Molina, is there a play? Near the screen? No.
About a ½ inch onto the screen.
Beltran, a swing and a miss. He could end it.
And that 25-inning game here with Shea. Rizzi hit a home run to tie it up. Pitched 3 innings. Mike Garman pitched a couple shutout innings. Claude Osteen pitched 9 1/3 shutout innings. Got a no decision. And Sonny Siebert of St. Louis came in and picked up the win.
Just after Brock had broken the record.
Broke the record in St. Louis. Bowie Kuhn was in attendance. They kept on showing him every single frame, sitting in the front row, and he couldn't leave.
Beltran, a ground ball that's foul.
There's no scoring from the 9th inning to the 25th inning. And a wild pickoff. Bakeman tried at first base, got away, went down in the right field corner, and he circled the bases.
2-2 pitch.
Oh.
Oh, goodness.
Full count again. So runners will be moving.
They're on their feet here at Shea. There they go. And he just missed again. Bases loaded. For Fernando Tatis, he tied it up in the 9th. He could win it here in the 12th.
.52 pitches thrown.
Only run that matters, David Wright. All the walks.
It's 5. By Jimenez to the first inning, and now 3 here to load the bases after getting the first 2 out.
And 3 in a row. There's a line out and a ground ball, and looked like he was going to sail through this 12th. Here's the 0-1. 0-2. Tatis, a home run in the 9th inning off of Ryan Franklin, just over the wall in center. He's got him 0-2 now.
When he retires, Tatis will be very frustrated. He's training 16.
Tatis looks at a ball outside.
He's still trying to manage, but not much you can do when you don't throw strikes. Defense has been back on their heels for quite a while.
The 1-2 pitch. 2-2.
Guys on the bench trying to clap, trying to help get Jimenez through this inning, but there's your potential winning run.
Tatis, a broken bat. Jimenez had to avoid the bat. They strand the bases loaded. Top of the 13th, 8-8 game. Heilman in his 2nd inning of work. Tatis tied it up, had a chance to win it. The bases loaded, couldn't do it. Yadier Molina leads it off. How about that? The Mets 1 for 16 with runners in scoring position.
How about the concentration from Jimenez with that ball and the barrel of the bat coming right at him. He picked the ball and avoided the bat.
First pitch to Yadier. These two, of course, as you mentioned, Al, hooked up in Game 7. A dramatic home run.
And just show that video and just tell everyone that's live action. Think we get away with it?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Molina fouls it just below us. Jimenez 5 walks in his couple of innings, but he gets out of the jam. 1 for 16 are the Mets. Check swing. He went. Molina strikes out. Here's Miles. He's singled with an RBI, couple of RBIs tonight. Also had a double and an RBI in the 6th. 2 for 5.
Keep him in this game so he can pitch.
May need him.
May need him.
I think you'd have to say the Cardinals are in the better position, at least having arms down there available. Obviously, Heilman is the last one left, and you wonder how long he could go.
And no one left on their bench, and they're down to the last reliever. Of course, they're getting deep down and take one of their starters and have them ready. Looks like Brad Thompson, I think, is throwing in the Cardinal bullpen. He pitched 2 innings in last night's game, but sometimes a sinker baller, the more tired they are, the better they are.
Grounder hit left side. David Wright to his left. 2 outs. So Looper will be the pinch hitter.
Looper pinch hitting. You still got Jason LaRue, your backup catcher, held back. Still, his 4th repeating is Charlie La Russa elected to let Isringhausen hit for himself with 2 outs and runners at 2nd and 3rd. He thought he'd go back and pitch another inning, but brought in Malone.
The former Met closer greeted for the boos here at Shea Stadium. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Looper, trying to extend this inning to Asturias. On the outside corner, missed. Been a long night for a home plate umpire.
Cooper 1 for 4 as a pinch hitter this year.
2-1 pitch. 2-2.
Cooper 12 for 37 overall, a .324 average.
Jerry Manuel has a decision coming up. He's got his pitcher due up 3rd. Looper strikes out. Bottom of the 13th, rolls in when we come back to Shea. Bottom of 13, and it's 8-8 between the Cardinals and the Mets. Brad Thompson is the new pitcher for St. Louis. Thompson pitched in game 1 of this series. Cardinals in the bullpen have Randy Flores still left. Thompson, 2 innings last night, couple of hits, a run that was earned. He struck out 2. Schneider will be the hitter for the Mets.
This be the old adage that got a sinker baller, you want to have them tired. And Brad, with those 2 innings last night, get out there, worn out, stay on top of that sinker, and you get a lot of ground balls. He's ranked 2nd among National League pitchers with a minimum of 30 chances in grounding into double play percentage. They got a stat for everything now, don't they?
Yes, they do. Schneider on the first pitch. That'll help the cause. Pujols is there. He'll step on the bag. He had the second baseman Reyes, and Heilman will have to be the hitter and hit for himself. He's on deck.
Heilman is at the on-deck circle, so he will hit for himself.
Reyes 1 for 6. He did homer last night.
It's his first home run and better in the year.
The 0-1 pitch. Izturis quickly 2 down.
Getting the ground balls. Still have not seen a ground ball fly over the fence.
No, I don't think you have, Al. No. Heilman with 2 outs. Nobody on. Cardinals will have Izturis in the 14th to lead it off. And then the top of the lineup. In the air out to left. Good work by Thompson. A quick inning. 14th inning rolls in at Shea when we come back here on FSN. Eight game, top of 14. Izturis will lead it off. Mets about hit the Cardinals, or rather the Cardinals about hit the Mets, excuse me, 17-16. Heilman still in the ball game. Last reliever left for Jerry Manuel.
His 3rd inning of work, right?
Yes, sir. Izturis showing bunt and pushes it foul. I want to think about taking more strikes, trying to get the pitch count up on Heilman.
He's only thrown 31 pitches, but he's been very effective throwing strikes. 24 of those 31 have been strikes.
Here's the 0-1. Izturis hitting from the left side against this righty. Sometimes we've seen him, depending on how the pitcher is, if he's, like you noted earlier, sidewinder a little bit.
Yeah, Joe Smith, he abandoned earlier this week, switch hitting. But then when he saw Joe Smith, the submariner, he turned left-handed. Heilman has a very good success against the right-hander, so Izturis is elected to hit from the left side. Maybe his right-handed swing's tired.
1-2 pitch. .1201 here in New York. The 2-2.
Two pitch here, so
worth noting again, the Mets 1 for 16 with runners in scoring position. 1 for 16. Izturis had a base hit in the 9th.
There's Schoenweiss, lefty.
The 3-2. And Izturis hits it into right. Chavez is playing fairly deep for Izturis, but he makes the play.
Heilman has faced 9 guys now as Izturis flies out. 3-2 pitch, elevated the ball a little bit, get the fly ball, and should come down. Schumacher greeted Heilman with a base hit. Start out the 12th inning. Cardinals had 2 hits that inning.
Schumacher's had a nice night. 5 hits, all singles. trivia question was about a 6-hit game for the Mets.
Yeah.
Edgardo Alfonso back in 1999. And this is one right here for the Cardinals. 6-hit game for Skip Schumaker.
They don't happen often, and I don't think I can remember a Cardinal getting a 6-hit game.
His average at the start of play tonight, 291. That was the fly out by Izturis, and now Schumaker the base hit.
6 for 7 and a sack.
And his average above 300 with those 6 hits.
Just nice and easy, just trying to make contact and guiding the ball out there. All 6 signals. You'll take them, right?
Absolutely. Here's Ludwig. Ludwig on base 4 times tonight. Hit by a pitch. Scored back in the first. Singled and scored in the 6th. And walked a couple of times as well. So career high 6-hit game for Schumaker. Strike 2 on Ludwig. Short turnaround for both these teams for game 3 tomorrow. Loge and Santana 0-2. Got it. Wanted it more outside. Left it over the middle of the plate, and a strikeout of Ludwig.
Swing at this pitch. Kind of a hanging breaking ball right there, but couldn't pull the trigger and picks up the strikeout. He struck out. Heidelman struck out Ludwig twice. Albert got a base hit, and he faced him back in the 12th inning. He's broke out of it a little bit with his 4 hits tonight.
2 outs and a runner at first for Pujols.
Still throwing 94 miles an hour.
One-0 pitch. Terry Moore, 1935. Wow.
I was going to say, I can't remember anybody.
Pujols launches one left center. There it goes. A 2-run shot for Albert here in the 14th. Number 19. And the Cardinals lead it 10-8.
First home run since hitting number 300 back on July the 4th, and everyone's going to remember 301. Cardinal fans are happy. Met fans may be saying we can go home. High fastball, gets on top of it and drives it for his 19th home run. RBI total up to 59. Good rip by Ankiel there.
Thank you, Albert.
Not over, but you feel a little more comfortable.
Top of the lineup coming up for the Mets.
It's not going to be easy.
No.
With Brad Thompson, he looked awfully sharp that first inning.
And Keel, a foul ball and strike 2.
through that 97 miles an hour, but you can see he just shoulders slumping a little bit. So trying to get through this and give his team a chance to come from behind.
2-2 pitch to Ricky Ankiel.
American League action is over. In the 9th inning at San Francisco, with Arizona leading 5-3.
Little floater into right and a base hit.
3-hit night for Rick.
Here's Troy Gloss.
Couple RBIs for Troy. Walked with the bases loaded for 1. An RBI single in the 6th.
And that's a base hit. I wonder if Heilman has started to tire here a little bit, Al.
No doubt. And very rarely do you have guys go 3 innings anymore coming out of the bullpen. 54 pitches. More than the pitching coach out to talk to him.
In-game box score, Schumacher first since 1935. 6-hit day for the Cardinals. 6 for 7. Albert Pujols 5 for 8. Big 2-run homer. Ankiel 3 for 7. Lost a couple of base hits. All adds up to 21 hits tonight for the Cardinals. 16 for the Mets.
Albert was 0 for 11 before this game started. And I think we can say he's back to being Albert Pujols. Average got to be at 350 now.
One guy left in the bullpen for the Cardinals, and that's Randy Flores. Quick work by Thompson. Chavez will watch that get out of play.
Wouldn't hurt to have another run or two.
The way things have gone, you are correct. We'll take it.
We don't want anything near a 1-run game. You know, these Mets aren't going to go quietly either. They have the top of the order.
Oh, 1-2 Molina with runners at first and second. Broken bat. Oh, 2-2 Molina. Hung it. Reyes going out. Makes the catch. Albert Pujols with number 19. His first since the 4th of July. Will it be a game winner? St. Louis. Late night in New York. Fernando Tatis, the former Cardinal, would tie it up in the ninth. Exasperated Tony La Russa, but now he has seen Albert Pujols hit his first since July 4th. And the Cardinals have a lead, and they'll turn it over to Brad Thompson for his second inning of work. '21 hits, yeah, 16 for the Mets, 21 for St. Louis, combined 18 runs. And the top of the lineup for the Mets.
Cardinals have walked 8 batters in this game.
Again, the Mets 1 for 16 with runners in scoring position.
Cardinals have had 21 hits. They've also received 5 walks and 2 hit batters on top of that. Brad Thompson, 1, 2, 3 in his first inning of work. Pitched 2 innings in last night's game.
2-2. The Cardinals hold on. It snaps their losing streak at 5. Gain a game on Chicago. 2-2. In the air, going out is Turris. Nice play.
Good angle for the shortstop, and he makes it. New York with a loss would drop a game in the standings to Florida and Philadelphia. They'd both be 1 back.
First pitch, a strike to Chavez. 1 for 3 in his career against Brad Thompson.
Thompson in line for his 3rd victory in 5 decisions.
David Wright on deck. Here comes a 1-2 pitch by Thompson. It's popped up. Molina with a play. 2 away.
Nice play right there. That ball didn't get that high. And so he gets over here just right up against the screen. Holds on to it with 2 hands. Going to ease up now.
This would be the first extra inning win for the Cardinals since June 15th against the Phillies. They lost 4 in a row in 5 of their last 6. September 18th of last year was their longest game, ironically enough, 14 innings against the Phillies.
Nice to see a victory by the bullpen, too.
And a grounder hit left side. Gloss with it, and the Cardinals win it in 14 innings. Huge win for St. Louis. 10-8 the final.
Oh, hum, nothing special.
Post-game show coming up. Lots to talk about. The Cardinals win it. Snaps the losing streak.
Well, the game and that losing streak finally over. Don't go anywhere, though, because Jack Clark and I are standing by to break it all down. Tonight, a victory took 14. Jack, your thoughts?
Just a great game by them. You know, everybody had and did what they needed to do in a tough situation. They needed it a lot more than the Mets tonight, and their big man Albert Pujols put the icing on the cake tonight at the end.
He sure did. Much more from Jack on that coming up. Plus, the Cardinals are in their worst funk of the season, and despite shakiness from Joel Pinheiro, they were able to end that losing streak. Plus, the Cardinals made their first deadline deal of the season. We'll give you the who and the where, and we'll take you inside the Cardinal clubhouse there at Shea. Reaction from Tony La Russa and the players. Happy 65th birthday, Mick Jagger. You can always get what you want on U.S. Cellular. Cardinals Live after the 14-inning win.
Welcome to U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live.
Pujols launches one left center. There it goes. A two-run shot for Albert here in the 14th.
All's right in Cardinal Nation. Albert Pujols ends his 17-game homerless drought, a 5-game losing streak, and the long night at Shea Stadium with the home run in the 14th. Hello, everybody. Welcome inside our FSM Midwest studio in St. Louis. It's the post-game edition of U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live alongside the former Cardinal slugger Jack Clark. I'm Pat Paris. Coming up, we'll break down tonight's game and go inside the Cardinal clubhouse there at Shea Stadium in New York. Plus, the Anthony Reyes era in St. Louis has come to an end. We'll give you the details and tell you what this means for the Cardinals. We'll also talk about Chris Carpenter. Let's head back to Shea Stadium in a moment. We're going to remind you about U.S. Cellular text time. If you've got a question or comment, I'm sure there's some good comments tonight. 37289 is the number to text us. Remember to include your first name, where you're texting from in that message. Standard text messaging rates do apply. Jack and I will be showing you some of those text messages and answering them coming up later in the program. It is back to Shea Stadium in New York. Brent Stover standing by with Skip Schumacher, our Mid-America Chevrolet Dealers Player of the Game. Brent?
Pat, thanks. That was a heck of a battle out there tonight, Skip.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge win. And, you know, 14 innings is a long game and one of the longest ones I've ever been a part of. But it's okay when you win it.
Yeah, if you're going to stick around for that long, you want to come out on the right end, huh?
Absolutely, and with the day game tomorrow, it would have been tough to rebound after a loss, and I'm glad we got that one.
First 6-hit night in Cardinal history since 1935. That has to feel great.
Well, it takes 14 innings to get a 6-hit night, and no, I mean, I'm happy about it, and even more happy that I was on base enough for Albert to hit me in.
A lot of guys did a lot of big things, but I want to talk in particular about the bullpen, holding things together, and Brad Thompson, 2 very clean innings at the end.
Yeah, Thompson did an unbelievable job. Izzy did a good job, and you know, Springer's been lights out, I think, for 4 months now. So, no, great job, and Thompson closing out right there was huge for us.
Skip, congrats.
All right, thank you very much.
Pat, we'll send it back to you.
Brent, thanks very much. Jack, this was a true team victory, and we've often said that when this Cardinal team has success, it comes in all facets, and they needed everybody on the team tonight.
Well, there was a lot of ups and downs tonight, and you know, through all the ups and downs, especially some of the down period after the way they've played the last couple days and been very frustrated. I mean, they rose to the occasion. There was times tonight they could have quit, and they didn't. They came back. Ryan Franklin made some pitches again, got the double play, and got either when he could have been. I mean, I'm sure he's very frustrated, but everybody, McClellan, everybody made outstanding plays and pitches and at bats when they needed them, and they just kept pounding away, you know, and a lot of singles tonight. So it takes 4 hits to score a run sometimes. So it was a long game, but the result was what we were looking for.
Exactly. 17 singles of the 21 hits, so just 4 extra basers. Let's get back to Shea Stadium. It's a view from the booth. It's Dan McLaughlin, Al Hrabosky rejoining us to put a wrap on a very long evening there in Queens, New York, guys.
Long evening, but productive evening for the Cardinals as they win this game, and it was a big night for Skip Schumacher, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Wonderful to see a 6-hit game for Schumacher, the first since Terry Moore back in 1935. Very innocently got started the first inning, but he just had 6 different singles, just making good contact. It just was fun to watch, and he was a big catalyst in this ball game, and he, you know, came around on Albert's game-winning home run. But he wasn't just an offensive player either, Dan.
Right, this is in the 12th, and the defense here off the bat of Reyes. If it gets by him, Reyes probably scores, so a huge play defensively by Skip Schumacher, and a big win for the Cardinals, obviously, as they snap their 5-game losing streak.
Well, they had to snap that, you know. took a little toll, you know, on the home run by Tatis to tie it up. Another blown save by the bullpen, but they more importantly get a victory, and was nice to see Thompson go out there and knew what to do. You know, 6 up, 6 down.
All right, let's send it back to you, Pat.
Guys, thank you. We appreciate it. We'll catch up with you Monday when you're in Atlanta. Let's pick up the highlights. Put up 4 did the Cardinals in the first, but Joel Pinheiro can't hold it. Fernando Tatis lines a double to left, ties the game up at 4. This comes in the bottom of the 3rd, so it is knotted at 4. Still in the bottom of the to the bottom of 4th now. Jose Reyes leading off, and this one is gone off Pinheiro. 5-4 Mets, his 12th of the season, no doubt about it. And Pinheiro struggling. Top of the 6th, 1-out runner on. Runners on 1st and 2nd for Pujols. Albert singles up the middle, ties the game, his 57th RBI as Ludwig makes it to 3rd base. Later that inning, 2 outs, runner on the corners for Troy Glaus, hits a dribble down the 3rd baseline. Ludwig does score. David Wright has no place. 6-5. Cards retake the lead. Next batter, Yadier Molina singles to left. Another run comes in. 7-5 Redbirds. Next guy, Aaron Miles doubles to left. It's 8-5 St. Louis. They build back up to a 3-run lead. But in the bottom of the 6th, 2 outs and a runner on for Carlos Delgado. Smokes this one off. Ron Vallone's 2nd homer of the night. Delgado 22 on the year. Cuts the lead to 8-7. Bottom 9 now. Clinging to the 1-run lead. Fernando Tatis. He'll face Ryan Franklin. And this one is deep to center field. Just out of the reach of Rick Ankiel. Over the wall. Solo shot ties it at 8. Franklin's 6th blown save, just that close to being caught, but instead we go to extra innings. Bottom of the 12th, Jose Reyes leads off with a liner to left, but check out Skip Schumacher, the diving catch. Not only 6 hits tonight, but that diving grab. Top of the 14th, Schumacher up, and he lines a single to center. A career-high 6-hit night for Schumacher. Becomes the first Cardinals, you mentioned, since Terry Moore in 1935. And then with 2 outs in the 14th, it's Albert Pujols crushing the Aaron Heilman pitch. 2-run shot gives the Cards a 10-8 lead, and it snaps a 17-game homerless streak for Pujols. He powers the Cardinals to a 10-8, 14-inning win, putting an end to that 5-game skid and kind of rejuvenating this Cardinals team that now, by the way, moves within 3 games of the Cubs, who lost earlier today. And so you go through a 5-game skid, but you find yourself just 3 games out of first place because you get a very, very important win tonight, Jack. You and I were talking several times. We're thinking, well, if they can just somehow win this game, then all will be forgotten. You can kind of push this 5-gamer behind you rather quickly because you're still in contention here. Well,
they're still in contention, and they really haven't lost anything by having that skid. So they're right where they need to be, and it looks like they got their big bat going again tonight in Albert Pujols. So, you know, hopefully he'll be more relaxed now and can go and have a good road trip, because they kind of they really feed off him. And if he's swinging the bat, getting his base hits, using the whole field the way he can, and feeling like he can drive the ball again, then, you know, he's going to be dangerous to the point that everybody else is going to be a lot better.
Well, in the last 5 games, all 5 losses, Albert Pujols was 2 for 19. But, Jack, we noticed tonight, right away in that first at-bat, that he came through and seemed like he was seeing the ball better as we see him hit one the opposite way, and a little misplayed out there, but certainly Albert will take it off the wall.
Well, absolutely. And it was good to see him go the other way, you know, and stay inside the baseball. And, you know, his hits were up the middle and driving the ball the other way. Another beautiful swing right through the ball. And, you know, that locks you in until something comes up. He's a little tight up there, but again, pushes it, shoves it out there. And so, you know, he's pretty locked in. Then this ball right here is gone. Right, he knows it right away when he hit it. And, you know, that's a good way to go into the game tomorrow. It's a short night, and they're coming back pretty quick, and that's a pretty good one for not only Albert Pujols, but the whole team to feed off of. And they came, you know, Ankiel and everybody came up behind him again and got some base hits and kept it going.
That's exactly right, and our Jack in the Box Food for Thought shows just that. We talk about as goes Albert Pujols, so goes this offense. Well, you see the numbers, starting with Skip Schumacher, the 6-for-7 night. He kind of kidded it takes 14 innings to get 6 hits, but anyway you do it, that's a remarkable night for him. And everybody there in the position players getting at least a hit, and most of them with multiple hits. We also talked about just 17 of the hits were singles of the 21 hits. But anyway you can do it. Certainly, it's the Cardinals feeling very good about themselves tonight, and you think that the Mets, who've been on a roll, don't feel quite as good because you play that late into the night, that long of a ball game, and yeah, the team that loses it can't feel good about having a short night rest and playing a day game tomorrow.
Well, that's true, but you know the Cardinals needed this game a lot more than the Mets did. So it was excellent to see them come through and just keep battling. And everybody in that team, we talk a lot about team concept. Tony talks a lot about team, but that truly was a team win tonight. Everybody contributed. Guys got down and came back and did something to help the team stay in the game, battle, keep going until an opportunity came around and they finally had their man up there and he came through the way he has many times before.
We will continue here on U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live. Of course, we'll take you back to Shea. More player reaction. Tony La Russa's thoughts as well. We'll talk about Joel Piñeiro. Not everything was good tonight. Results now of this weekend's FoxSports.com poll. We were asking how many games Chris Carpenter will win for the Redbirds this season, and 50% say he'll win 3 to 4 games, 5 or more, 42%. So pretty positive on the results. 92% of you think he'll be a very solid contributor once again to the Cardinals starting rotation. And speaking of Carpenter, the former Cy Young Award winner, pitching well enough last night anyway to rejoin the big club coming up this next week. Carpenter scheduled to come off the disabled list Wednesday and start Game 3 in Atlanta. The former Cy Young Award winner, last appearing in Major League Baseball game on opening day of '07 against the Mets. Cardinals are happy to welcome back their ace.
A lot of good things, and he'll get better and better, and he feels like he's ready to compete at the Major League level and get better and better. You know, I don't think he'll be as good Wednesday as he will be several starts from there, but knowing Chris, he'll give us a shot.
Well, from a pitcher who's on his way back to one who's on his way out, the Cardinals trading right-hander Anthony Reyes to the Cleveland Indians earlier today in exchange for minor league reliever Luis Perdomo. Reyes making 10 relief appearances with the Cardinals this season, going 2-1 with 1 save and an ERA just under 5. He's 26 and has been working as a starter in Memphis and could potentially join the Indians rotation. Here's a look at the numbers for Anthony Reyes and Perdomo, and it's Reyes who's on his way out to never seem to get back on track, especially after last year. See his numbers with Memphis. Perdomo in Single-A Kingston was actually a member of the Single-A All-Star game. He was promoted recently to Double-A Akron, and he's been very good there as well. This guy figures to be a late innings relief pitcher for the Cardinals in the next year or two, but he'll start out in Double-A Springfield in the next few days. And it's certainly a situation where you wish Anthony Reyes the best, and maybe a change of scenery will do him good. Let's talk real quick, though, Jack, about Chris Carpenter, the fact that they think so much of what he showed last night, they're going to put him right in on Wednesday.
Well, they obviously are listening to Chris because basically, you know, he told them, and we talked last night about how good he felt and how upbeat he was. And so basically they're listening to him. Obviously the medical people will be looking at him too, but I guess he was a little stiff today, nothing abnormal. And so he's very excited and ready to go. And we got to be really happy for him and really looking forward to him getting back. And he will give the team a lift. And I'm excited. I can't wait till Wednesday to see him pitch.
Exactly right. Should give everybody kind of a shot in the arm, and certainly that starting rotation. Let's talk Gila Tech King of the Hill. And for tonight, well, there's many guys in the bullpen we could give it to. We're going to give it to Kyle McClellan. He's been in a little heat. He's had a hiccup here or there recently, too. But tonight, after giving up in the 8th inning a single and a wild pitch, he was able to strike out the side, as in David Wright, Carlos Delgado, and Carlos Beltran. And for the Cardinals, they needed that very much at the time, obviously. The starters comparison, and Jack, Piñeiro just didn't seem to have it. Joel Piñeiro was off. Obviously, Brandon Knight, the starter, making his first Major League start for the Mets tonight, not real sharp either. Both guys were chased out of this ball game early.
Well, yeah, they were, and that's a tough lineup over there the Mets throw at you. So you can't make it. You can't make any mistakes. Anything you do over there, they're gonna take advantage of it. So they don't miss. They don't swing and miss. When they swing the bat, they pretty much center the baseball, and they've got power, and they've showed it tonight, and they've got some all-stars over there. And when those guys come to play every night, and they're very dangerous right now. And it was a good win for us, and tough matchup again tomorrow, but a good one to go home with tonight, and that clubhouse and that bus ride and everything back to Manhattan will be a little bit easier tonight.
I would think so. Let's talk a little bit more about the Cardinal bullpen, the much maligned bullpen, of course, but it wasn't just McClellan. It was Izzy who came in right away and did a very nice job. In fact, he goes 1 inning and leaves on, I think, a very positive note for him, as he doesn't allow any runs, doesn't allow any hits either. And then it was Vallone, Springer, McClellan, Franklin, Jimenez, and Thompson. Well, a little hiccup for Vallone. Certainly not what Ryan Franklin wanted again with his 6th blown save. But all in all, guys like Isringhausen, Springer, McClellan, Jimenez, Thompson, these are things that they can build on. These are steps forward, positive steps for the bullpen.
Well, absolutely. I mean, everybody came out there and threw the ball well tonight, I believe. You know, I mean, Isringhausen tonight, I like the way he's throwing the baseball. When he uses his curveball, he's as good as anybody out there. You see McClellan going out there using his curveball, Springer, you know, getting guys to buckle their knees and taking those pitches and swinging at balls in the dirt. So that's a big weapon for Izzy. He's always had that, and I hope he sticks with it. And, you know, the cutter's a good pitch for him, but that curve is devastating.
You have to give credit where credit's is due as well. Jerry Manuel, I believe he was outmanaged tonight by Tony La Russa. Certainly it was Tony La Russa still with plenty of relief pitching. Aaron Heilman, though, running out of gas, and Albert Pujols takes advantage. Let's go back to Shea Stadium and hear from the Cardinal skipper.
Well, you want to know whether we're gutty enough, just watch that game. I mean, it was just great guts. And we pulled out a win.
Bullpen really held things together for a lot of innings.
Yeah, we just, you know, we made a couple mistakes. You know, the home run by off of Vallone and Tatis, but overall, you know, we missed a couple of chances in the 8th and 9th to add a run, and it burned us. But overall, I mean, I don't say anything but just great guts. This was really a great example of the guts of this team. Whether it was the pitching, the defense play Schumacher makes on the leadoff on Reyes there that 1 inning, and to keep playing and get a win out of this. Terrific guts.
You know the last guy to have 6 hits as a Cardinal?
Terry Moore.
I mean, that's to do something nobody's done in this team organization in 73 years.
Yeah. Well, hungry hitter. He hit every bit of it, too.
We lost and all that, but what McClellan did for you.
Yeah. I mean, we did, like I say, it just was a really difficult game, but we never hung our head. I mean, even Franklin, you know, he gets a tying home run, he ends up pitching, you know, through the 10th inning, and I think, you know, Dunk made a nice triple on Jimenez that got him back in a groove, and so he gave us some really good innings. I mean, it was just really a gut check.
You called, I think the word was rough night last night for Albert, and having the Willie Mays, and he has a night like tonight where.
It's just, you know, when I see a game like that, I say he's tied for first with the great players that are playing today, and somebody says, well, give me an example. Check today out. You know, he turned a page on yesterday, he analyzed what he did wrong, and he made adjustments, and had a huge day.
Albert Pujols certainly had a huge day. Still more to come on U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live. We're going to hear from a member of that Cardinals bullpen, Russ Springer. Stick around, much more to come. Cardinals milestone this date in 1998. Mark McGwire crushes his 44th homer of the season off Colorado Rockies starter John Thompson over the bleachers at Coors Field. With his 44th long ball, McGwire surpasses Johnny Mize as the all-time single-season home run leader. We know the rest of the story from there. McGwire would finish the season with 70 home runs. Of course, a home run tonight provided by Albert Pujols in the top of the 14th, the 2-run job. That's the difference in a 10-8 extra inning win for the Cardinals at Shea Stadium. Let's go back there now, go inside the Cardinal clubhouse, and hear from Russ Springer, one of several Cardinal relievers doing their job tonight.
Heck of a job of the bullpen. A lot of innings and a lot of outs recorded.
Yeah. What do we end up throwing 10 innings as a bullpen? But you know, sometimes that happens. You know, you got to go out there, especially on a road like this. They're hitting in the bottom of the inning. You got to dig down and try to put up a 0.
You got some key outs. McClellan got 3 big strikeouts in the 8th.
Yeah, once he got a runner on, and then went through the, struck out the meat of the order. That's a pretty good day for him.
Proud of a young guy like Thompson too. Holden
Thompson. He threw last night and then had a chance to come back and contribute today and threw up 2 big zeros.
You always have your thumb on the pulse of things. This is an important win for this ball club.
Yeah, if you're going to go extra innings, you got to win the games. Especially coming off some losses like we just did, and supposedly every extra inning game, it's going to take something out of your team physically, so you want to come away with a victory.
It completely changes the complexion going forward till tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we'll just get here tomorrow. We've got an early game tomorrow, and we'll end the night on a high note and come in tomorrow and see who's available in the in the pen, and let everybody get enough rest. And we got Loesch going tomorrow. That's going to help, and hopefully everything will fall into place. And we'll head to Atlanta.
Well, still plenty more to come on U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live. You're going to hear from Albert Pujols. Snapped his home run drought tonight and gives the Cardinals the win. Stick around. Let's go back to July 4th of this season. Albert Pujols with a home run number 300 for his career. Comes in the 8th inning off Bobby Howry of the Cubs. 8th inning that day. 22 days and 18 games later, it's Albert Pujols providing our Kia play of the day. Tonight in the top of the 14th with Skip Schumacher on first base. Albert deep off Aaron Heilman. That proves to be the difference in the game. 10-8 the final as Albert hits home run number 19 on the season as his first in 18 games. Let's take you back into the Cardinals clubhouse at Shea Stadium and hear from Albert Pujols.
Fight through. We got to leave early. They came back, and we got it again, and they came back, and we came out with a win. So that's the most important thing. We fight until the end.
Skip was the first Cardinal in 73 years to get 6 hits.
That's good. I'm happy for him. He's a leader guy. When he's going, everybody get it going. So he had a big night for us.
Albert, you got your touch late, but Tony talked about this being a gut here tonight. That's a win, he said.
Yeah, it's a good win. The way to come out, and fight like we did, and come out to the end with a win and stop our losing streak, I think it's huge. And I think sometimes things like they can get a ball clock going. So we're looking forward to, to come back tomorrow. We're facing a pretty good pitcher, and hopefully we can jump right away like we did in the first inning and score some run.
Can you talk about the home run, the at-bat?
I got a good pitcher here, and I put my best swing of the night, and I'm glad I went out of the park. So that's it, pretty much. I wasn't out there to try to hit the ball out of the park. I was out there to try to drive the ball to the middle, and because I'm stronger now, I put a good swing, and it went out.
Albert, you said that was a big key for you, not that you were worried about not going for a while without home runs, but the swings, having good swings.
I don't care about you guys are the one that tripping. When did I say that I'm a home run hitter? I'm a line drive hitter with power, so I don't care about the home run. So every time somebody in the media say something stupid and talk about home runs, I always come up and the next day he's something. So I thank Joe Stroud for popping his mouth out about me going 70-some at bat without getting a home run. So I just let you guys play with it and have fun with it, and that's it. You guys can look the home runs. I look the way I produce it for my ball club, getting on base with base hit and drive some run whenever I can, and have a tough night like I did last night and come back through.
Albert, when you play that long, is it especially satisfying to be able to get that kind of hit and win the game as much as went into that?
Well, it's satisfying to get the win, because obviously it stopped the losing streak, and it's a long night, but we just need to forget about it and come back tomorrow and try to do the best that we can to try to win the series. We haven't won a series in a while, so we need to win one tomorrow.
Because there were so many things that went into that win, including your hit.
There was a lot of crazy things happening. Our pitching, obviously, Thursday last 4 innings, obviously they stand up and make some good pitch for us and get out of some good jams. They have a great ball club. It's pretty tough out there. You have to play 27 outs. Those guys are going to give up. So I give a lot of credit to the manager, Manuel, and freaking the veteran guys that they got around. That kid, Jose Reyes, he's a really special kid, man. It's unbelievable. It's fun to watch him to play the game the right way. And David Wright and Beltran and Delgado and Chavez. Those guys, they don't give up. And it's really exciting when you see a ball club and play to a ball club against like that. And, you know, if you get beat by a ball club like that really plays the game the right way, you know, you tip your cap. So, I mean, last night was a tough loss. I mean, yesterday or 2 days ago, because today is a new day. And then, you know, to come back and win again today, it was huge for us.
There's Albert's comments. It's a U.S. Cellular text time right now. Carl and DePere, after Pujols' homer, can we rest assured that his power stroke is here to stay? We thank Carl for that comment, but I don't think Albert Pujols would appreciate that comment. Jack, we understand that not all the time are you up there just trying to hit home runs, and we know that Albert, first and foremost, is trying to help his team win the game. He doesn't care, he says, about the home runs, but I think it's just important that we talk about droughts that he seems to go through, and the drought is over. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to, you know, he's going to go on this long streak. Your thoughts about Albert's comments about not caring about home runs?
Well, I think he's just, again, you know, it's been very frustrating the last couple, 2 or 3 days, and you know, nobody wants to not have that kind of stroke where you feel like you can drive the ball out of the ballpark. To Albert's credit, you know, I mean, he's one of the best hitters in the game, and he gets pitched tougher than other guys, and he doesn't get those pitches all the time. So as a result, sometimes those power numbers are going to be down because he has to take his walks, he has to take his singles to get himself in position to go ahead and get something. And then he usually only gets one pitch, and he has to hit that pitch and not miss it. So it's a fine line, and for a perfectionist and somebody that's, you know, as great as he is and has been and continues to want to be, and like we said the other day, even though he wasn't hitting well, he was still playing outstanding defense and thinking about doing things to help his team. So he wants to be a team player. He is a team player, and he's one of the best baseball players in the game today, and we're very fortunate to have him, and he's going to hit his home runs. I know what he's saying. He's not a Mark McGwire home run hitter that hits high towering home runs. He's capable of hitting them, but he just wants to hit the ball hard and drive the ball in the gaps, and when he misses it, actually, is probably when the ball goes out of the ballpark, he just hits the bottom side of the baseball a little bit. Well,
and to address Carl and his text a little more closely, and that's the fact that, you know, Albert had such a good night at the plate, as we documented with the video earlier in the show, and they were really good at bats, which we hadn't seen the last couple of games. And so regardless of the power stroke, just his stroke is back, and that's the important thing.
Well, we talked about that a little bit last night too, as far as him staying inside the baseball. When he stays inside the baseball, you know, that's Albert Pujols, because he's so quick and he's plenty fast enough. He doesn't have to worry about trying to clear out, to pull the ball, to hit the ball down the line. He has to try to worry about being so quick that he pulls the ball, hits a foul, and doesn't hit it fair for strike one or strike two. So when he's doing that, he puts the pressure on the other team, because there's no room for error, and he uses the whole field so well. When I say use the whole field, I'm talking about from right center to left center field. But if you see him hitting balls from right field line to left, then that swing's a little too big and a little too long, as he was doing the last few days. You saw a lot of foul balls down the right field line for strike one or strike two, and then balls in the dirt or chasing pitches. That's not him. That's getting out around the ball, and he just needs to stay on that straight line and trust everything. Like good hitters always say, trust your hands, let it happen. You see Delgado, Pujols, you put those guys in that category. Those are guys that are 300, Delgado 450 some home runs. Pujols will be there, and that's how you get there, by just trust.
453 and counting for Delgado. Let's hope he doesn't get one tomorrow. Seen enough of Carlos Delgado. When we come back on U.S. Cellular Cardinals Live, more from Shea Stadium. We'll hear from Kyle McClellan and Brad Thompson. Plus, we'll talk about the Cubs coming up.